that is indeed the Las Adrenitas.
You are quiet.
Huh? Oh, it's probably because of, again, when I unplug my USB cord, my headset, I have to change the volume. So give me 1 second. One moment, and I will fix. Jan is playing beautiful music for us, though I'm tempted to be like, get out of here. I'm just kidding. I don't actually have music set up for today. Alright, there we go. Should be much better for you guys. Can you hear me better now? How about
Yep.
now? Can you hear me now? How about
Yep.
now? No, I'm just giving you guys shit. Alrighty. So, my lovely folks, what happened last time?
Downtime.
Wonderful downtime. Alright, as I choke and die. Don't mind me. Who wants to go first to talk about what they did on their downtime and what happened?
I broke into someone's house, broke a lamp,
You did.
ran away.
I ran away like a lethal beat. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Hey, better part of valor.
Don't have my heart picture up. There we go. Nope, I can't have that going. Visario basically 1, 2, 3 comboed her way to victory in a pit fighting tournament and kicked the shit out of the local folk legend hero. Pissed everyone off, except for the dwarves. Dwarves thinks that she's the best thing they've ever had.
Best thing since sliced bread.
We're just chanting mug chucker all the way back to the tavern, where she pretty much shared some words with Palasa, and then she literally put down an entire platinum and ordered a round in the house for everybody in the tavern. The dwarves were lividly happy. She's building a name for herself. At least amongst the dwarves.
There you go. Yeah, about the sailors, the dwarven sailor contingent. Um, you definitely have a growing contingent of followers there.
Yeah,
So
if this adventuring shit doesn't work out, she could always just become a bandit lord.
there you go. I think the girl running the mines might have a problem with that though.
Are we mining now? Are we diggy holy?
Oh no, there's a mine that the dwarves work out of, and the owner of said mine might be a little bit upset if she knows that most of her miners are gone.
Ah.
All right.
DM,
Yes.
did you get a chance to consider what I posted and asked about on the 3rd?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I did not. However, I will go back and look. I believe we discussed to own which property, the shack,
The lodge.
the lodge.
Yeah,
Um,
I found the DMG rules for buying land.
are you gonna spend your downtime doing that? Because if so, I'm gonna need more time. Because I have not researched it yet myself. As far as I know with the stronghold, I don't think it'll be a problem if you do it for 500. But I would say you'd have to build it because at that
No,
point,
well,
it's a guy's.
because we had decided that I had rented.
You had rented it, yes.
Yeah, and I found rules that would, at least on a generous, I'd say a generous scale, 400 to 500 gold pieces to actually purchase it.
Right,
Based
but
on
I'm
the
saying
D&D rules.
this is a guy's life. That's like kicking down a guy's door and saying, "Hey, instead of renting a room here, I would like to take it over."
No, it's like saying, hey, I'm willing to buy this property from you. I will pay exorbitantly.
But for a lodging like this though, if it's also his business, I'd rather you say you can help set it up or find a place that's equivalent to it within the town.
Okay, but
That's
if
for
I'm
sale.
renting it, then how is it different than them not having access to it?
Because buying it and renting it are two different things. Because
So
you
what?
said you wanted to own it. You
Yeah.
wanted to purchase it, is what you said.
Yes.
So they
Purchase
And
would
it
not
basically
have
means you want to buy it. That's not the same as renting.
yes.
yeah. So I mean, I'm saying if I rent it for a year, then they
Yes.
don't have that livelihood coming in.
Well, they gave you the loft area. They still use it. You're renting
No,
a
that's
room
not
from
what I
them.
wanted.
I know that's not what you wanted.
Well, that's not what I'm paying for. I'm not doing that if that's what the deal is.
It doesn't make sense to rent you the lodge that they're using for their business. That's what I'm trying to say logistically from like a DM perspective.
Well, you should have let me know that.
I
It's like, oh,
apologize
hey,
that I didn't.
can I rent your entire house that you're currently living and using for your business? No, you can't. That's basically what happened.
So what I can say though is if you would like for that 500, I will say that you can find a one-bedroom apartment for that price to placate and kind of move forward from that. Does that sound good?
No, I'm just not doing the property thing.
Okay. We can address it later going forward if you would like to find a place. We can sit down and map it out for you if you want. I'd be more than happy to do that with you. All right. Who would like to go first for their downtime?
Mine's pretty simple. We can get it out of the way.
All right. What would you like to do with your downtime, Idri?
With the second week, I would like to try and find a very specific type of magical bag.
A very specific magical kind of bag.
Yes.
Well, now, it wouldn't happen to be a bag of holding, would it?
It would indeed.
My dearest of friends, let me look for you in the magical book of magical things on whether or not we may purchase said item.
Awesome.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Need to look at the shop list. Why, hello.
And if I don't find anyone who has any, I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
look around to see if anyone can make one.
Mm. Dwarven anvil.
Or whether or not I can make one.
It's true. True. Never's Cove, Gold Hall. Rokon, Secret of a Boy.
I should know the deal on making magical items. I look it up often enough as a friggin' artificer. Okay, so creation cost for an uncommon magical item is usually going by the DMG 500 gold, minimum level 3rd, 20 days required. With multiple contributors, that goes down, but the Xanathar's guide version is 200 gold, material range, levels CR 4 to 8, and 2 work weeks. That's for personally making it.
Test.
Hey, test
Hi.
good.
All right.
Pass.
You
Fail.
passed.
Of course,
Okay.
with help, that bit does also go down.
I have an idea.
Okay.
I have an idea because there is a buying and selling of magical items within this module as well, and actually cheaper too,
Hey,
if you can convince her to help you.
what type of
So,
a roll do I gotta make?
it's probably gonna be persuasion.
Hey.
Let me just look. Let me look. You'll have to find her out, so I'm gonna play that off in our little session here. If I can find the freaking guild hall. Dum dum. Where are you? Saldmarsh Cemetery. No. No. Oh, carpenter. Is it carpenters? Where are you?
I'm right here.
How dare you? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, why are you like this?
Me?
Because I want to be.
Because maybe I was born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Maybe it's Maybelline. All right. So there is a quartermaster that you can look for, a captain actually. So I assume
Hello.
that. Hello.
A person on the phone behind me was saying hello to me, so I turned and
Oh, okay,
helloed and
okay.
waved.
Number 7. Okay. So I will say you peruse. Let's get back to our map here. Our wonderful, lovely map.
It is a lovely map.
It is a lovely map. Part of the module map. I will say that going through the marketplace, you do have a difficult time. Roll me.
Gives
What do
gentle
I
push.
want? Roly, 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 roly,
How
roly,
do you make an
roly.
apple turnover? You push it down a hill.
I'm gonna say investigation. Roll me an investigation check.
Ah, not
I
perception.
know. Not perception. That's
Hey,
perceiving things. Hey, that's
Uh,
not bad. That's what you needed. So,
hey.
because you're investigating, you're trying to hunt down this particular magical item because you have a particular item in question that you're looking for.
That's true.
So you check in with the dwarves. You see a lot of runes, rubies, stones, armor, weapons. It's not something that they carry. So you try a different stall, and yet again, on the third stall, you actually pass a woman who is dressed in very lavish, for gypsy clothes, very lavish gypsy clothes. She looks to be a tiefling with horns that curl around her head, down her towards the back of her skull, and she's adorned in very a lot of gold jewelry, has several pendants, and looks to have almost like a magical aura about her. As you approach the other shopkeeper that she is speaking with in regards to the whereabouts of said item, she says, she smiles and goes, "You'll not want to shop here for that such a thing. No, no, no. Have you ever heard of the quartermasters of Ayuz?
I,
That's where you need to go. You want a magical item. Nah,
I, I,
that's the best place for it."
I've heard of them now. I will, if you would be so kind as to lead me to this location, that would
Oh,
be
of course. I have to see Captain Zandros anyways. Such a
beautiful.
fine, fine, upstanding citizen she is.
May I have your name, please?
Oh, my name? Of course, of course. Why, it's Azori.
How do you spell that?
Well, let me spell it out for you. I'm just borrowing my character from my other campaign. Uh, Let me take a look. Blah, blah, blah. It is Zori. Uh, Zori. Zori.
Wonderful to meet you, Zori. Do you have a last name? Should I call you Miss Blank or just
Oh,
Zori?
just Zori is fine.
Wonderful.
My name would be far too long for you to pronounce.
Oh, try me.
Ari Zori, and then she like babbles on in Infernal and
I
makes a very regal gesture.
I am going to do my best to mimic it.
Go ahead and hit performance for me.
It's a 19.
She commends you. You're the first of the halfling folk that I have ever seen that is able. Or no, you're half elf, right?
I
Your
look
form is
like a
half elf.
half elf.
Yeah, that is very rare for your kind to be able to pronounce my name as you are.
I'm very good with my tongue, and I wink.
And she goes, "I'd be very tempted to try that fever of yours out." And she kind of flicks her tail a little bit. Now her skin is actually red, as a tiefling's would be, and she's adorned with several adornments on her horn. And she says, "Come along, I'll show you the way." She takes you down over here.
Over this side?
Number 7.
Beautiful.
So, a trade delegation led by Captain Zendros. Miss Zendros, um, look looking to acquire a quantity of fish. Blah 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 blah. I'm trying to describe her stall. Sorry, reading descriptions. Okay. So they have a small shop, kind of similar to the ones that you've seen outside. However, there seems to be a great rush of needing of fish. There are several baskets of fish outside the stalls, including signs for fishermen's wanted and sailors inquire within. Several of the shelves inside lined with potions of every flavor, and different runic amulets, and things that pulse with a rather chaotic energy. Some shelves are you get a sense of goodness about them, and other shelves you get a sense of just wrong,
Oh,
which for you probably feels more at home.
yeah.
The light probably you're like, nah, I'm good. So as you approach the counter, there is a woman sitting, kind of leaning against the one wall, with her hat tilted forward, almost as if she looks as though she's asleep. She's got the very similar pirate-esque look to her. She's got the pirate hat that's tilted forward, and just looks every bit the part of the pirate.
Okay, I'm gonna look at Zori. I'm gonna thank her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna say I'm staying at. I'm gonna give her the name of the location that we're staying at.
Okay.
I don't out of character remember it, but
The snapping line.
that's what it was. The snapping line.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna say, hey, anytime I'm in town, you can look for me there.
And she says, very well. I'll be very happy to drop by. It is a good favorite of mine. I hear they have good music.
They do. And
Well, you enjoy. And Zandros. Oi, Zandros! She just kind of goes, yeah, 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 I'm awake. Oh, I'm awake. I'm good. Stop yelling, Zari. Stop yelling. She goes, I came here for my potion that you promised me 2 weeks ago. Yeah, back shelf. You know where to go. Come on, don't even bother. And so Zori goes along her way, kind of bows her head to you,
I
and
bow
heads
back.
off to go and fetch the potion. She looks down. She looks at you and says, "What can I do for you?"
Hi, I'm in the market for a very, very specific type of bag. Miss Zori, wonderful lady, actually recommended you and this
One of
location.
my favorite clients, of course. Not many here appreciate nor respect the appearance of us. My race is known for, well, less than flavorful things.
One of my
On
best
account to the
friends,
horns.
one of my best friends was a tiefling.
Ah, I am glad to hear it then. I am among good company. A bag, you say?
Yes,
This magical bag wouldn't happen to be an extended extension of a bag or a parcel, would it?
it would indeed actually be one of those.
Ah,
I'm an adventurer, and if we ever go and kill a dragon, it's going to be very difficult to carry all that gold that I would be coming back here to spend just
she
on my
raises an
person.
eyebrow as you say, adventure. She goes, an adventure, you say?
Yes.
Well, I think we can probably make a deal of some sort. I can very much akin to making deals if you're a party or privy to that sort of thing. I have the item, well, I should say that I had the item in stock. Unfortunately, it was taken from me, shall we say.
Was it by law enforcement or someone less reputable? Not that law enforcement is always
S-
reputable.
Depends in this town, depends on who you talk to, about who's reputable for the town guard, if you will.
Tobias is actually very nice. He's one of the night watchmen.
Ah, Tobias.
These
I
are his
don't think I.
pants, and I gesture to my pants.
She just kind of looks and goes, "A victory of conquest, then."
I wink.
She just smiles, like a knowing smile. Well, it's sorry to say, but It was stolen from me from a less than reputable, shall we say, he calls himself a captain, but he is no captain. No honor. None of
Is
the
is
things.
his ship still in the dock in the harbor?
It is. He's here for the festival. And she kind of like tilts her head like the whole like and him and his coterie are here for the festival of light, as they call it. Bah!
You know
He
what I
just wants
like
to
about
drink.
boats?
That they can be set on fire.
Absolutely.
She just smiles. Like there's almost like something in her eyes that's a little wicked. Like to set on fire. Mm.
I love how
If
flammable they are. Like the sails.
have you ever seen one in the middle of the night go into a blaze, like a full-on blaze?
No, but I think the
And then you
Festival of Lights.
watch.
I think the Festival of Lights could use some sprucing up.
You know, I think we can make an arrangement. There's a ship docked here, aptly named the Fairy Fire. And the
Oh,
Fairy Fire is here docked and moored as a guest of the Grand Poobah of wherever. Anyways, but it's the ship that incurs me. My treasure is there, one of which being the bag in question. I'd be willing to sell it to you for 300, minus the 200 for, well, its retrieval cost.
I'm sure you'll find this the most fascinating.
You do, of course, would have to retrieve said item.
absolutely. I'm just wondering what assets are you available to lend me in the recovery of this item?
Well, I have a few members who have stolen aboard the crew, but they cannot get the items out safely. That would have to be your job. I'd
Absolutely.
be willing to knock 50 gold pieces off of it for the use of your time in order to do this. So it'd be 250.
I will aid
But
in
only
recovering
if
whatever
you
I
can
can.
get the ship on fire. That is
Oh,
the goal.
that is a guarantee, my dear lovely lady. It is making sure the items are not damaged before being removed by that fire. That is
Of
a little bit
course.
trickier.
You can, of course, use the bag to stash anything that you find in there. In fact, I would prefer that you did. I would prefer if you would seal everything aboard.
Is there anything else of yours aboard the ship?
Several cargo. But if you find the bag, you can get it out safely.
Absolutely.
I would, of course, take everything within the bag and leave you with the bag.
And
And a 50 gold discount, of course.
I dip into a bow and I say, "Shall I prepay now or pay later?"
Prepaid now.
All right.
You almost see this flash of genius like happen almost instantly of, yes, of course.
I
Like
give them
almost as if she hadn't thought about asking for payment in advance.
25 platinum.
Oh, she very much has made a new friend. I don't like this new friend you've made. So yeah, so she helps introduce you for the rest of that week, introduces you to the crewmen that are already kind of aboard the Fairy's Fire. You meet with a rather unseemly character. It's a little halfling gentleman who it seems like he's got some grit about him. Like a not so good character when you see one.
Absolutely.
He is right at home. He is one of the nastiest cutthroats you've met, and he's covered in not only scars but tattoos as well. And you're pretty sure. Roll me a perception.
Damn.
You notice one of the markings on his arm is indicative of possibly connections with the pirate captains, with the sea princes.
Do I
He
notice
is.
anything that connects to my faith
Uh,
without stating what my faith is?
You ask me this as I go to eat my food. Let me see.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I was just struggling with the container. I don't know why they feel the need to like make those things super hard to open up. All right. Let me pull you up. Where are you, you dream?
I don't have it on my character sheet. I'll just message it to you.
Okay, yeah, just message it to me so I know kind of what I'm looking for.
Is it on my character sheet?
I'm looking right now. I'm trying to see.
Ah, it is.
Yes,
but-
it is.
Well, I messaged it to you anyways.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yes.
Excellent. We're gonna get along perfectly.
That's the mark.
Beautiful.
That's one of the 2 marks that's most noticeable. And that's if I remember correctly, the mark is the skull with a circle in it, right?
I messaged you what it is.
From what I see here. I don't know why Discord is having an aneurysm at the moment.
Anytime I try and whisper you because the DM and the parson both have the at the beginning, I end up whispering parson.
Oh,
So I'm
jeez.
not going to use the in the roll 20 whisper.
Gotcha. That would be bad. Yeah,
Aha.
no, he definitely has it.
That's now fixed.
We're going to get along great.
Oh yeah, no, you guys are probably swapping stories. You're talking all sorts of stuff.
Heck yeah.
And yeah, essentially, so he helps you kind of smuggle aboard the ship. But it looks as though the guard presence has increased. Um,
Him
and
I tell my secret.
oh, what secret is that?
What I am.
Ugh. He actually.
So we'll
I have
use
to make
that.
a roll.
We'll use that if possible.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He kind of like lets out a sigh of relief, like he thought this job was going to be hard, or at least a little less than fun. Now he's like he is strutting around the deck like he owns the ship.
I will take recommendations on who to look like. Just because he knows more about the crew in the area.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He kind of looks at you and says, can you do like men?"
Absolutely.
He's like, "Really?"
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, I'd be better." "Oh, no, no, no."
I can do halflings that are slightly taller than average as well, if necessary.
Because when it's time for the raid, he does ask, is it only one time? Or is it like, I knew a woman that could change her entire form, but only once per day.
Oh no, I could do this for hours. And I just start cycling through people.
He starts laughing his ass off. He's clapping away. He's like, "Do another one! Do the other one!" He goes,
God.
"Oh, do you have those? Oh, wait, do you have those? Do you have the stuffy pantses in the city?" And he tries to impersonate Glenn Primewater, where he's like, "Look at me, I'm Glenn."
I don't think
I'm
I've
so-
actually seen all the council members, so I go, but I have
Who's
a
that?
half-orc butler.
Oh, I know him. I know him.
Yeah.
Oh, do him. Do him. Do
And
him.
I
Do
do.
him next. So him and his crew are laughing hysterically as you're switching up through the people. And he says, "Listen, if you can get into one of the sailor guys around here, I'll keep one of my guys below, and he'll start stashing stuff in for you.
Perfect.
For Lady Zendra." And he calls her Lady. Or most of his crew calls her Lady, but he calls her Captain.
Nice.
And he says, "Cap." Goes, Cap really lost a deal here. And he says, "I'm the cutthroat. I'm here to get the guy's head for her."
Well, if there's anything I can do to help.
He goes, "Hey, you'd be on for that."
Yeah.
All right. So he formulates a plan,
The
and
thing
for
is, we
most,
have to burn the boat, by the way. That is a
he goes, "Hey,
make or
that's
break
going
for
to be
me.
going to be a bit of a problem, but I think we can do it.
Alright.
I we'll get him.
And
I just need the head first."
part of my preparation for this, I'm going to buy a whole bunch of oil.
Uh huh.
Don't worry, I will factor it out.
Awesome. Sorry, I'm like shoving food in my face too.
Oh, you're good.
So I'll say the first part of your week spends mostly getting the oil ready. You've
I will
loaded it.
get 10 flasks because they're a silver apiece, and I will drop a gold on it.
Roll me a Are you gonna do flasks or are you gonna do barrels?
I will do flasks because I can distribute them about myself easier.
Okay. I was gonna say barrels would be easier to disguise, but
Would it?
um, mhm. Roll it up on the plank and say that it's part of the cargo.
You know what? You're right. I'll do it that way.
Okay. Just a thought.
Yeah.
It might be a bit more expensive though. I don't
That's
know
okay.
if it's per barrel. But you guys did get a lump sum of nice, lovely, I almost said credits. You know you've been playing Star Wars for too long.
I will drop, I'll say 3 gold on however many barrels of oil that will get me.
Okay. I'll say two. I think two. Two.
Alright.
Math right. Um, so you're able to, with one of the crewmen, help you out. Roll me a perception with advantage, or persuasion with advantage, since you have the team of guards helping you out. And they kind of give you a little shifty shift, but like they're sitting there going, "What the fuck do we need barrels for? I got a whole haul of stuff." Yeah, you know what? Let him on. Let him on. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Just get to your post when you're done. All right. All right.
Aye, and I salute.
I want to get to the festival. I heard there's going to be some pretty girls there.
Oh.
So he kind of
I heard there was some trouble with a redhead earlier. Last week. Maybe stay away from them. They might be a bit too fiery.
you know what they say about redheads? They're always feisty. Yeah, they're not worth the trouble. She says as a redhead. All right. So you get the oil on. Um, really easy to place it once you're on board the ship. You find that working with this guy and his crew seems to be very easy enough. And it seems that the crew has been integrated so easy that nobody has any idea. It looks like this plan has been going down for months.
I am honored to be a part of it.
If you've ever seen Treasure Planet
Mm-hmm.
and how everyone doesn't even second guess the crew that's there, they're just like, "Oh, you're just the crew that's here to do the job." It's pretty much like that. The captain is this rather pompous human with blonde hair. He's decked out with like the full jacket, belvedere vest. He's got a very big pompous hat. Um,
That's even better.
even bigger than the captain's. And as you guys pass by, your friend kind of drops his voice a little and he says, "Yeah, that's it. See that big guy up there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one the captain wants."
Notably, I don't ask the halfling's name.
He doesn't give it to you. Not yet.
There's a method as to who I ask the names of and who I don't.
Mm-hmm.
And because we share a faith, I'm not asking his name.
He respects that. He just kind of like nods his head a little bit, and the rest of the day is spent kind of organizing, getting things into position. When it goes down, I want you to roleplay out kind of with me. What's your plan? How are you gonna get the ship on fire? What are you gonna do? And then we'll have that end your week.
Okay, just let me know when.
Go right ahead.
What, right now?
Yeah.
All right.
Unless you had other things you wanted to prep for before doing the advantageous lighting of the Fey fire.
Nope.
Because I'll say getting the oil and getting everything prepped is going to take you like Monday, Tuesday of your week.
Mhm.
It'll still be like Wednesday, Thursday. We're going to leave Friday to open for the festival.
Nah, I will I'm pretty good in regards to supplies and stuff. All right, I will. Beforehand, I will. So I have 2 sets of common clothing. One I was wearing when I broke into the one person's house. The other I'm currently wearing. I do have other sets of clothes, so after this I will swap to that other set of clothes, but for now I'm wearing my second set of common clothes. I've got I don't appear to be armed with more than a dagger, but I am wearing a breastplate.
Okay.
But it's like I'm gonna try and use a disguise kit to make it look like really shitty.
All right.
Like, a poor man's breastplate.
Okay. Say you spend some time doing that.
So, do you want me to make a disguise kit roll? If so,
Yes,
what
please.
stat would you like me to attach to it?
Let's do performance.
Okay, so that'd be charisma.
Or charisma, yeah. Sorry about that. Oh damn, yeah, it's you're pretty sure you can mimic a whole lot of a whole lot of poor people stuff.
Thumbs up. I have practice.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm like, if anything, you have practice in this skill. You know what it is to look for things.
Alright, so now that I look as little of a threat as I can while retaining my stuff, I do not have the black blade out. That is still
That
hidden
is
for now.
That is still a hidden contraption.
Yes. Alright, so I'm going to powwow with the halfling
All
and
right.
be like, okay, so what I can do is I can be like a really sexy lady and
That'll get his attention.
yeah, exactly. And like
He really likes tieflings.
I can do that too.
You know of a tiefling whose name was given to you.
I do. That's why I asked her name.
That's why I was like, oh, I know where this is going. And she's not met the captain too, so.
Yeah. And so I will do that, and I'll see if I can't take him back to his bedroom. How are we getting you in there too?
He says, not to worry. I'm pretty good at what I do. And he just vanishes.
Beautiful. I can do that too. Do we want to do that instead of seducing him?
He says no. He goes, I can put myself in the room. You just get there.
All right.
He goes, I'll do the heavy lifting. Just make sure you get this hole cleared out. I'll have 2 of my boys down here.
All right.
We
So
won't have much long to have the ship go on set aflame.
so the plan will be we will go in, we will kill the captain. I will walk out wearing the captain's face. And then I will go down and check the cargo. And then that's how we're
Alright.
going to loot. And then I'm going to leave the ship. I'm going to bring all of our buddies for drinks.
Aye, we can get them roused up for a little bit.
Yeah. And then you guys can set the ship on fire while I bring everybody out.
Very well.
This way nobody's watching.
This is true. But she does want to hear the screams of his crew.
Okay. Shall I just get our people?
Yes.
Okay. So
That's what I thought when you meant lads, I've assumed.
Well, no, I mean, that's entirely reasonable. I can definitely do it that way. But my question then becomes, who is lighting the ship on fire?
That is a very good question. I can have one of the boys down here to light it. He's a good swimmer, and he's one of them weird folk that can breathe underwater.
I'm gonna turn into the one water genasi that we keep seeing. I'm gonna be like, is this him?
Roll me an investigation. Or perception. Roll me perception. Yes!
Yes! I'm gonna be like,
He kind of makes a bubbly noise and then goes, you, friend. Telasa. Yes, friend. He goes, yeah, the boy's a little slow. We've been working with him.
that's okay. And I turn back into what passes for me these days. I'm like, alright. So, We have a plan. I seduce the captain into his quarters, we kill him, I walk out as the captain. And then I go down, check the cargo, and then I come back up, and then I go, I'm gonna go cruise. And then I go, you, and you. We'll all go. And then you set the boat on fire and swim away.
And Oceanus kind of like looks at it and goes, okay, swim away,
And
swim away.
what we'll do is, if they try and leave the boat by the gangplank, we'll have already removed that.
Ah, that's clever. I didn't think of this.
I mean, it's not going to stop them from jumping ship, but, you know, we can try.
It's enough to hear their screams. I think the captain will be very pleased with this.
Yeah. All right. That's...
He nods his head. All right. So
All
let's
right.
put our plan into motion,
Heck
shall
yeah.
we? All right. So you change form into that lovely sultry Zahari.
I do.
She's so sultry.
She is. And I'm gonna... you know, actually, I'm gonna change into my fine clothing, and
Okay.
I know the breastplate isn't gonna fit underneath, but then I'm gonna make it, like, look like a Richmond breastplate,
Okay.
if I can.
Super Richmond.
Make it look all fancy.
All fancified. I'll say with your fancy clothes, I mean you're able to you won't be able to hide it, but if you're looking to make it like accentuate it,
Yeah, I'm much better at poor people stuff than rich people
you're
stuff.
you're like this could kinda pass, but kinda not.
Sure.
Like as long as you don't go into as long as you don't, need to
It is, yeah. Alright. I just need to run and do something really, really quick. I'll be right back.
Sure. All right, guys. So you guys in the bar, thank you guys for being patient.
You're welcome.
We just jumped right into the campaign.
I know, I saw. I'm so proud of you guys.
Skeleton
Okay.
crew.
I returned.
Skeleton crew.
Sorry about that. Alright. So, I'm gonna... because I'm assuming I've gone back to the dock and changed somewhere hidden and then strolled on up afterwards.
All right. As you do, a couple of the guys kind of stop and go, Miss, you can't be around here.
I'm looking for
sorry,
the
guys.
captain, actually.
Well, he's not around. We could. What business do you have with the captain?
I was actually, it's actually kind of embarrassing, but I'm looking for something of a job, and I was referred to him.
A job? We ain't got jobs for women folk around here. I mean, you could bless the boat with them skirts like those.
And I'm
Sexist.
gonna flutter my lashes and I'm going to say, that's up to the captain, and entirely why I'm here.
And they both kind of giggle and goes, "Oh, so the captain bought a girl again, did he? This one's prettier, although I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with them devil horns." And they kind of like they kind of pause to look you up and down. They're kind of being a little racist because they're sailors. At this point, the captain, however, does kind of look down and goes, gentlemen, what is the delay? You have tasks to do, milady." And he kind of gives a bow. How may I help you today?
You must be the wonderful captain I've heard of.
Well, I am of the Fairy Fire. Welcome aboard.
I've
And he kind of lays his hand out, and the two dwarves are kind of like, "Oh, here he goes again."
I accept the hand and flutter my lashes and go, I have heard such exploits of your tales, and I was really hoping to get to know you better and perhaps pick up a little bit of extra coin.
For the night then.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we talk in my quarters?
And I'm flutter my lashes and I follow him.
Okay. You find out that you could have probably not even had to flutter your lashes, be all enraptured about you. Roll me a charisma check, just real quick.
Just straight charisma?
Yeah, just straight charisma.
Oh.
Oh.
It would have been +3 more if it was a specific type. But that's okay.
Yeah, he seems to be intrigued. Definitely, you've got his attention. That's for sure. He leads you back towards the rather fancier part of the ship. Think kind of like on the deck. There's these grandiose oak doors, beautifully glass stained glass in the windows. It almost looks like a tree, like a world tree,
Oh,
and by the
nice.
branches are all sorts of glass. He goes, do you like it? Not one for elfy shit, but it's quite intriguing, I will say for sure. And he kind of opens the doors open, and he likes talking about himself. So he's kind of told you that he was a regular sailor when he got his big break. As he's talking, the more that you bat your eyes and kind of garner his attentions, um, it seems like he seems to open up a bit more. Like he's like normally things he wouldn't tell people, he's telling you.
Oh.
Um, so he's telling you about how he stole the ship from a wealthy elven woman. And it seems to be some kind of like haze has come over him while talking to you about this.
Okay.
Um,
I'm gonna try and move things along and see if like I'm gonna like
mhm,
see if I can't start like I'll like put my hand on his thigh and like
mhm.
lean in and
So he immediately stops talking about his adventures of how he got the ship
I'm gonna
and
say
things he probably wouldn't have told people. And he immediately starts talking about you and how, he's so happy to have you here and higher.
I'm
No,
gonna try and close the
higher.
doors.
You do notice that before you both entered, that the door was slightly ajar,
Mhm.
but he didn't seem to notice.
So I'm gonna go. Let's get some privacy, darling. I'm gonna close the doors, lock them, make sure the main door is locked.
So as you're locking the door, he's almost like ripping shirts off of himself, and he's like, "Oh, all right." Think Zap Brannigan on a good day. Like
Excellent.
he's already sitting there with a bottle of champagne,
Champagne.
just waiting. He's like, "It's champagne. I brought a bottle up from the cellar. I hope you don't mind."
I don't mind at all.
All
And
right,
I'm
is that Brannigan?
we have done killed Zap Brannigan today.
uh and I'm gonna
Go.
go. Um, do you mind if I just make sure that I use a little bit of magic just so that we don't have any little happy little accidents running around?
Oh, of course. I always use the pull-out method myself. And,
This way you don't have to.
you can do that kind of thing.
And
And
I'm
he seems
going to
like full mantra of like, this is the best day of my life.
and I'm going to preemptively cast Wrathful Smite.
All right.
You're not wrong.
I mean, you're not wrong. You are definitely not wrong.
Okay, and then I'm going to I'm gonna like is there like a table where we're drinking champagne at?
Yeah, there's like a small round table, where
Okay.
he's kind of got like this bowl set up, like maybe he was expecting someone, but you weren't
Ooh.
too sure.
Alright, I'm gonna sit him down and I'm gonna stand behind him and I'm gonna
Mhm.
wrap one arm around him in a hug and like put my chin on his shoulder and I'm gonna try and distract him as I summon my sword.
Oh, okay. Let's go with persuasion
Sure.
at advantage, because you've already got his attention and you're trying to distract him. Yeah, no, he has no eyes but for you, and he is like, let's do it. Let's do it right here on this table with our champagne.
Fantastic. And then I'm gonna try and kill him. And I'm
Okay.
going to pop I'm gonna do my Paladin Smite
Okay.
on top of Wrathful Smite.
This guy's AC is like nothing. I want to see you hit. Go ahead and make the attack.
Okay, so it's plus 1d8 for each level higher than first, so I'm popping a second level warlock spell slot. So this will be, if I hit, plus a d6 and plus 3d8.
All right.
This would
Watch
have been the
me.
perfect time to have magic missile.
Watch
All right.
me just fuck this
Why'd you
shit up.
roll a one?
Okay.
You got this.
And it's one-handed, because I got the other one
Okay.
around him.
Uh-huh. That's enough. That's a hit.
Okay, so we got 10 slashing
Jesus.
plus 11
Oh my god.
plus 1.
It's that one that did it. He falls to
Fuck.
the ground and dead. The halfling shows up and appears out of nowhere, and pulls a blade. And this actually, you actually see, and you can probably feel it. Your sword is probably giving you this intimate knowledge of some dark ritualistic blade. The handle is carved with bone,
Ooh.
with runes and sigils on the top. You can kind of see the curved head of a pommel. Like the pommel of it looks to be like almost like a barren skull-like head or shape of a head. Um, and as the body falls limp, the last breath he kind of goes, and the halfling jerks his head back and draws the dagger across the throat,
Oh my God.
and proceeds to decapitate the captain.
I'm gonna try and get a set of clothing from the captain, turn into the
Okay.
captain.
His dresser and clothing are there, so that's perfectly fine. As you do this, the halfling decapitates the captain, and quickly bundles up a lot of the bed sheets, to help kind of stem the flow of the blood that's pretty much all over the place.
I'm gonna just prestidigitation, and I will be right back. I
There
just
you go.
need to let the dog out.
Oh yeah, no worries. Then who wants to go next after this? The scene is almost finished.
It looks like the other 3 of us are all in a scene together. Parson,
Okay.
you want to go next?
I craft the
All right.
items and I teach amnesty.
Okay. We'll get to you in just a second.
That's it.
Oh, that's it. That's all you're doing. Oh, okay. Well, then we can awesome. We can skip down to the adventures of the festival that I will just pantomime. All right. So Yidri,
Yes.
as you do this, you prestidigitate yourself. You get in the captain's clothes.
Yep.
And thankfully, the little roguish halfling dusts off the captain's hat because the captain's hat fell off and was clear of the blood. Magically almost.
It's almost like this is why I took prestidigitation to clean bloodstains.
Right. Wow.
It's such a great cantrip.
So he seems to be kind of covered in gore, and he just
It's
kind
also
of
good for putting
smiles.
blood on.
Do you want me to get you as well?
Oh, I didn't know that you could do that. But
Absolutely.
I'd almost wish I couldn't, but I know that it would cause problem if I walked out looking like that. So yes.
Yeah. And I prestidigitate and clean them.
Kind of doesn't. He picks up the cap, puts it on, but then like quickly takes it off as like a bow, and then hands you the hat.
I put it on.
Mind you, this hat is far better than the previous captain that you had spoken with.
Well, she's gonna get the hat.
Mm-hmm.
And so afterwards, I follow the plan. We're gonna hide the body under the bed as best we can, somewhere.
Okay, and he helps you with that. Not a problem.
Alright.
As he's wrapping up the body, he kind of says a prayer to your god.
Yeah.
And so he kind of well, I'd say shut the eyes, but the eyes are kind of, he's got the body.
He's got the
He
head.
wraps it in a cloth, and he says, "I'll take this with us." But I have to be quick because otherwise the blood will give him away.
Yeah.
When he disappears. So he disappears again once the body is hidden.
So
The prayer is
I'm
said,
gonna do
yes.
a quick because I don't want to just leave immediately, because then that would be like, oh, that was really, really quick. So I'm gonna I'm going to do a detect magic.
Okay.
And is the bag in this room?
Yes.
Fantastic. I'm take everything magical I can, put it in the bag.
All right. You do see a couple necklaces that are on display as well.
Into the bag.
And it looks like they were all arranged by different color, and it looks as though one was missing. Like there's a rack, like a necklace rack holding the different necklaces, and one seems to be missing. Like maybe he gave away a necklace to somebody. You're not too sure. There's a couple journals
Into
around
the
as
bag.
well. Okay.
Anything jewelry based into the bag.
All right. You do make out with at least a good drawer full of jewelry. It looks as though part of who he had taken this from was very rich.
All right. And
Very rich and
after
lavish.
I've rolled the room,
Mhm.
I'm gonna tuck the bag away. I'm gonna step out, and I'm gonna be like adjusting my pants with a big grin on my face.
You see a couple cheers. It's like, ah, yeah, Captain. That's right. You teach him. Oh yeah,
She's
that's our
sleeping.
captain.
She's sleeping. Give her, an
Ah,
hour.
so she'll be ready for us in an hour then, eh? Royce, ain't that right?
Hey, except that she's mine.
Ah, man, the captain always gets all the fun. And they go back to work all grumbly.
And I'm gonna go down, and if anyone asks, I'm checking the cargo.
Let me roll. You get one guy that asks, the cook. He passes. He goes, Captain, you'll be ready for dinner sometime soon, eh?
I will. I'm just gonna go down and check the cargo. I had a report of some strange barrels being rolled onto the ship. I just want to make sure
Oh
I check them
yeah,
out.
one of those boys were telling us that they got some new guy, some greenhorn. I bet probably didn't know his way around from port to stern. You know how it goes,
Greenhorns.
Captain.
Yeah. We'll break him in.
Not to worry, Cap. You're a good lad. Your father was good too. You know, I'm glad to see you on the open seas again. He seems to kind of like ramble, almost like Krun. But see, you've got practice in dealing with de-escalating people who sit there and constantly talk and ramble and ramble.
So I'm gonna cut the conversation short and then be
Mhm.
like, I want another round with the wench before the crew
Oh,
gets to her, so I'm gonna check first.
oh yeah. No, you know those boys. They'll be, you tell her that she's yours, but yeah, some of them I don't trust.
Yeah.
All right, Captain, you got stuff to do. I got stuff to. I got gumbo burning.
Yeah. And I go down.
I got gumbo burning. So yeah, he departs. He kind of follows you down, but kind of goes towards the side where the kitchen is, and the kitchen kind of goes in and then down again. So he's not anywhere near where you guys are.
All right. And I'm gonna make sure that it's all our people, and if there's
Mhm.
anyone else, I'm gonna send them up so that they're not in the room.
Nope.
Just be like, hey, go up and see if you can't find that greenhorn.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, no, you're right,
And
right. I'll hunt him
make
down.
sure he stays right outside the door to my quarters because I want to talk to him.
You got it, boss. And that's all it took. The rest of them are all on this hunt for this random greenhorn sailor that they can't seem to find.
I take out the bag of holding, open it, go, all right, let's fucking start looting this shit.
Yup. I'll say it takes you at least an hour.
All right. Which is
And you leave that ship bone dry.
all right. I'm gonna.
And it's quick. Many hands makes quick work. So
I
you
make
got
sure the genasi guy, the water genasi, I think, who we're leaving here.
Oceanus. Yep.
Yeah. I make sure he's here. I make sure he
Mhm.
knows what he's doing.
Yep.
And
He kind of like reiterates a couple times and like, uh huh.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Fire. Got it.
Got
Okay.
it. Just make sure you get out too.
Oh yeah. Water. No,
Water.
no water.
All right, and then I go up, and I'm gonna go. All right, well, you didn't find that greenhorn, so I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna prep the lady for you, and then I'm gonna leave you guys to it, and I'm gonna take some of the other boys off for a drink.
All right.
All right, and I
And
go
the
in.
bag of holding, so it's not, it's got nothing.
Yeah.
it's like a purse. You just like pop,
Exactly. So
clean
I'm gonna.
out the ship entirely.
I go into the room. I make
Mhm.
sure the doors close behind me, and I'm
Mhm.
gonna try and jam the doors that go out the back so that they don't open.
Okay.
And is there a key for the, how does the front door lock?
The door for
The main entrance in.
to the captain's room.
Yeah.
You're not too sure, but in your you took his clothes, right?
Yes.
And did you search his clothes, the ones that when you killed him?
Yes, because I was looking for anything jewelry based or as
Gotcha.
well and money
There
based.
was a key, a skeleton key. It looks really old and seems to be the handle of the key actually it looks like a small tree.
All right. Hold up. Uh-oh. You got her, Dad? No. Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay. Back in the tavern.
Back in the tavern, Zauer is steepling his fingers as he's smiling and saying this to Viseria. Justice, yes. A noble intention, but you're still gonna need friends to do it.
Okay.
Either way, bloodshed.
Question: Sparks knowed it for the DM because she was DMing.
What?
What are you plotting? What are you doing? Who are you killing? Who
Well,
are you
they're
killing
oh,
now?
Sarah is planning to destroy the arena at
The who?
The
and her backstory.
yeah.
Ah, okay,
All right. I apologize. I have returned.
okay.
Um,
We will return hence with Barfolk. Returning back to your time frame and your timetable. Meanwhile, you probably have not crossed paths with your party for the goodness of all, and even if they did see you, they wouldn't know you.
sometimes that's how it be.
That's how it be, my friends. So, skeleton key locks the door. You find that easy enough.
All right.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Okay, and then I'm gonna step out onto the deck, and I'm gonna go,
Mhm.
orgy! Come on, everyone in, except for you, and you. We're going drinking. We'll
And they
come
kind of
back for next
grumble,
round.
and the sailors immediately go like, "Yeah, all right,
And
Captain, you're the best." And they start filing out for their duties and head to where you are ushering them to.
yeah, so everybody into the captain's quarters. That's
Mhm.
going in there, and then I lock the door after them.
Yeah, when you lock it, I assume it's like, "Oh yeah, I'll give you guys some privacy. That
Yeah.
way no one will
Yeah.
take over."
Hey, you have fun, folks. Click, and then I go and just light it.
You see the rest of the crew start leaving. Oceanus kind of sitting there with the torch, like, "Do I do it? Do I
Yep.
do it?
Do
Do
it.
I do it?" And as soon as you say give him the order, he lights it, and then he just kind of jumps off the ship.
All right. And
Takes one of the back parts, and let's see how stealthy he is. Okay, just barely enough to get undetected by the guards, and he swims away,
all right, we
free and
leave the
clear.
ship. We knock the gangplank off, and then I go
Uh huh.
scatter, and I
Yep.
take the hat, stuff it in the bag, and I'm gonna go into an alleyway, change how I look
Mhm.
again, and head back to the lovely tiefling lady who hired me.
Perfect. Thalassa, did you have something you wanted to throw in?
Yidri over here putting together a crew. You son of a bitch. Yeah.
You son of a bitch, I'm in. So yeah, they scatter to the winds. One last look from the guy, and he kind of sticks out his hand and he goes, Pitney. Pitney 4.
I
I
shake the
have not
hand.
been playing Mass Effect. I don't know what you're talking about.
I shake the hand, and I go Ilithyrus.
And he's kind of nods his head, tilts his head, and goes, blessings upon the father then.
Blessings upon the father.
And he just kind of gives like a 2-finger salute, and he says, may we meet again in bloodshed. And he ducks out. And he just, whoosh, they all just scatter to the winds.
Yeah.
Some of them even just vanishing from sight.
Beautiful.
When you approach the guild hall again, the baskets that were filled with fish are now empty. Again, the sign reads, "Sailors, please attend. Need fishermen. Please inquire within." The shelves look a little more emptier than before. Um, some things are on display, some things are not. And as you enter, Zandros looks up and she says, "Ah, my dear friend, can I assume that tonight's bonfire is provided by you?"
You may. And in fact, I even went above and beyond, and I got you a hat. And I produced the hat. And I offer it out.
And you see, you can smell this almost acrid smell coming from within her abode. Um, and you can see what looks to be like almost like a curtain towards the back, where the smell seems to be strongest.
I don't ask.
You don't want to know.
I know better.
um, let's see. So you produced the hat for her, correct?
Yep, I do.
She promptly throws out hers, or sets hers down on the stool and adjusts it. And she goes, "Ah, in its proper place. She tilts it, just like a little jaunt. She's like, I quite like this.
It looks good on you.
Why, thank you.
And I get the bag of holding.
And she goes, this way, please. She opens up, what looks to be the a downstairs basement, and she leads you down there.
I will go. I found some jewelry in the captain's quarters. May I keep some of this for myself?
You may keep part of it. It is still part of my contract with another
Absolutely.
client
That's
to
why I only
retrieve
said part.
most of it. I'll allow you 2 necklaces. You
Okay.
seem to be quite resourceful, so I will allow you to pick 2.
The magical necklaces, how many were there?
Of the magical necklaces, there were 2 that were glowing. The rest seem to be just jewelry.
I will take the 2 magical necklaces.
Ooh, roll me a sleight of hand for me. Yep, you take both necklaces.
Alright. It's all.
She was looking for all magical stuff to be returned to her.
Ah!
But you get down to the basement and you see that the larger of the area is like when it opens up down from the stairs is a very big ritualistic, almost dark chaotic energies, with some runes inscribed in on the floor. And she just kind of says, "Oh, pay it no mind. It's my recreational muse, if you will." She says, in through here." And she promptly proceeds to tell you to open up the bag and start dumping out the items.
I do.
And she begins to have several crew members who are already down there organizing shelves to begin putting, excuse me, to begin filtering out the items that are being dumped out essentially, unceremoniously.
Alright, I just pull stuff out, and once I think there's
Mm-hmm.
only a little bit left, I turn the bag inside out, shake it a few times,
Mm-hmm.
turn it back right side in.
Yep. As you do this, the acrid smell still permeating through the shop. Your friend, your buddy returns. He's at the top of the stairs. He comes down. He said, "It is done, mistress." She says, "Thank you." He says, "Hi, Cap. Anytime." She says, "Thank you. Make sure that the item is secure." He says, it's a floating." She nods her head and he goes back upstairs. Throughout the town, there are the siren calls for a ship that's been lit on fire. And she says, "Very well. That'll be 250 gold pieces, please."
I have already paid you the
Oh,
25
that's
platinum.
right. That's right. You did. I forgot about that. DM forgets.
That's okay.
She just goes, that's right. My memory goes sometimes. I swear it's the fumes.
That's okay. Someone as beautiful as you probably has a lot on their mind at any given time.
Many contracts that I must see through to the end. In fact, these very ones, and I'm very grateful for you for grabbing the parchment and the journals. They will be quite useful. She kind of touches the tome,
Please do
one of the
recall,
journals.
I am for hire whenever I have a few weeks to burn.
I might keep you on retainer. 50 gold pieces should suit you well enough.
I waggle my brows. Then I go, now, if you will excuse me, I have a night of celebration to attend to.
That you do, dear. Please come see us again.
Dip into a bow, and I turn and start leaving.
All right. You get a sense that there's more darkness within that basement that you're really not too sure about, even for you.
I'm gonna pause before I go, and I'm gonna turn back to her, and I'm go, have you ever seen a half-orc? And I'm going to describe the one who had the phase spider.
She says, "No, but she says, no, not that I can think of. However, there is rumors among several circles. For a couple gold pieces, I might remember something or keep an eye out."
I take 3 gold, and
Mhm.
I go 1, 2, 3 into her hand, and I curl her fingers over it.
And she just kind of smiles. She goes, "I do remember seeing someone of that description, though they haven't been in town for a while. They left a few days past.
We found
I
them
think it was
inside.
sometime
We
last
found them
week."
inside a room with all these runes along the floor. I thought
Oh,
maybe you might be familiar with such, going by your hobbies.
not so much, but I would very much like to meet him, especially if you have this. And you described the phase spider, right?
Yes.
This intricate creature. I would very much like to have it for my own.
And I dip into a bow and I go, pleasure serving you as best I can.
She just smiles and says, "We'll see. I quite like you." And she goes up the stairs with you, shutting the door on the crew that seems to be arranging the shelves.
All right.
Thank you for making friends with the scary lady.
Scary. She's lovely. She's
No.
wonderful.
Cries and DM. All right. So I'm gonna pause back
The
and
only
head
other
back.
thing I would like
Oh,
to
yes.
do is when I get back to the inn, is I want to
Mhm.
find Zaur and see if he can't identify these necklaces. And I
Sure.
say nothing about where I found them. I just go, I bought them. I don't know what they do.
I bought them. I don't know what they do. All right. Let's see. What's that? All right. So we're gonna go to go with my friend Parson. You said you were teaching amnesty and you were also crafting the um ba, 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 ba. You were also
Yes, the
crafting
ravens.
the veil, correct?
Yep.
All right. Alrighty, and I believe your veil was I let you do the vestibule, so you've got the two strands.
Vestibule?
The
Vestment.
the vestment, thank you. Not vestibule, that's an object. Sorry.
I think it's a place.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Sorry. My brain is just not with it today. Alrighty. Let's go with let's go with the thing. Let's go with the thing. Alrighty. So you are spending your time just making the cloak, right?
Yep.
All right. And yeah, so I'll say you spend the week doing that. And also, what are you teaching Amnesty?
Magic.
Okay. I'll say she's allowed one cantrip
Oh, I
because you're
thought
doing
you would.
the companion, right?
Yeah, the level 1 uh sidekick rules,
Gotcha.
which would let her know guidance, sacred flame, and have 2 spell slots to cast cure wounds at first level.
Okay. Okay. Then I'll say you spend most of your time doing that.
Okey-dokey.
Anything else you want to do for your week? Anything at all?
I did want to buy some property,
Okay.
but I guess I'm dropping that.
Okay. Well, like I said, I can allow the one property for 500, and just not that specific lodge that you were renting. If that'd be
Is
all
it
right.
is it the dilapidated crummy shack?
No, no. I was going to allow for a one bedroom apartment, like one bedroom style.
No, I'm not trying to rent or get apartments.
Well, not to rent. It's just a figure of speech. It's a house. It's like a but it's like a one like a how to fantasize one bedroom apartments. It has a door you can go into it, thatched roof, um, wooden house along the dock, on the dockway, closer to the fisherman's market, so it'll smell like fish for a while. Um, but it's got a bed, it's got tables, it's got a small hearth.
Can you point out where it is on the map?
Yeah. We could say it's probably down over this way
Mm, by the tavern.
by the tavern and the docks. Yes.
Any chance you could get it on the south side of the bridge?
Over here.
Yeah, anywhere in this
I could
area.
probably put it over here, but this is where the cheaper end housing is going to be located, away from the tavern, so it's not near the tavern.
Yeah,
Like the
all I'm
tavern's
looking
over
for
here.
is privacy. It's the whole point. The whole point of it is to get privacy.
I can put it over here. It's still got like here's the town bridge where it's got all the several different housing put together. So I could put it over here for you.
Okay, how much space is between it and the next nearest
I'd say a
building?
good acreage, like a good few miles, like maybe 2 3 miles down
Oh,
the road.
excellent. Excellent then. Wait, miles. You see the scale on the map
Uh huh.
at the bottom.
Uh, the the one to the
Yeah, that's
feet.
in feet.
Oh wow. Listen, I'm just going based off of I'm fudging this as I go along here, sir. So we could put it here. Like I said, it's down a ways from where the townsfolk is.
Okay. Well, that'll be fine then.
That gets you what you want. Gets you what you need.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will remove the additional platinum from that. Okay. And the
Alrighty.
invitation is sent out to anybody. Hey, this is where I'm staying from now on. I'm not living out of my boat for the time being.
Mm-hmm.
If you need to find me, I'll be here, but I'll be busy.
All right.
You send that message how?
Message.
Through your brain space.
Thalassa gets up and immediately goes to wherever that location is.
All right.
What's going on now?
I mean, if you're gonna do that, I'm just like walking around till I see you guys. I'm just sending the message because that only has like 120-foot range.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like
Oh,
Yedri does not
delivery
get the
message.
memo.
If you're going over, I'm gonna have to fucking race you
Yedri
back.
does not get that memo. Not today.
then Thalassa will attempt to wrap her arm around his and then follow him to his new place.
Oh no, I'm being sneaky. I'm just like sending a message. I'm letting you guys know, hey, if you need to find me, I'm over here. But I'm not like letting you know that I'm around. If you know how the spell works, and Zaur probably does, so he'll know that I'm nearby.
What's the message entail and where to go to see you? Or
I will not. You cannot find me at the docks anymore. I will be staying in my new home in this area.
Zaur's going to go to that.
Mm. Well, as soon as anyone does so, let's say Zaur's the last, I will race down invisibly
All
to
right.
make sure I'm there ahead of
Everyone
time.
gets there.
You're
Nowhere
right.
to be found.
Dashing, dashing, dashing all the way invisibly. I get there first. Unless you're running too.
No, she's just strolling.
Mm. Yeah, I get in and I lock the door.
All right.
I'm
So
sure you'll find
you
this the
get
most
there. I'm gonna say this is probably about the second or third. Well, probably the first day of your stuff. So that'll blend into Thalassa's and Zaur's and go from there. Um. So you get the house, you get the keys, you get amnesty all taken care of. And then you send out the message to everybody, hey, come on down. So yeah, let's start with people arriving to your home. So Thalassa, you said you were there?
Yeah, if it's locked, she knocks.
Gotcha.
I stay quiet for a moment. I'll wait to see if she knocks again.
She says, "Hello, I brought some things to make some treats."
I look over to Amnesty and like, okay. Go over the door. Without opening it, I'll just knock back. Who is it?
After the knock, she says, "Come in."
I fucking love
No, you're
Thalassa.
visiting my home.
No, come in. Wait, how does that even work?
Thalassa, then.
Yes, and it's quite weird that you knock back from inside of your house.
I'm sure. Have you
Anyways,
business with me today?
yes, I'm here to make you pastries.
I wish
I'll
the
look
lawsuit would come
around.
to
Do
work
I
in my
have like a
place.
kitchen?
You do. You have a small hearth, it's like a stone hearth that it's stonework around it, like a little mud stove, like something you cook over the open flames. It'd be a little
Uh,
hard to manage, but you could see somebody putting a grate over some flames and
okay, so
cooking some
no
basic
like
bread.
no oven.
No
It would
oven.
have to be pan bread.
Yeah, you can make pan bread.
I
Don't
have.
tempt the law, so she'll make it
All right,
happen.
I'll unlock the door and I'll open it a crack. It'll stop it with my foot before it gets too wide. Peer through. I'm afraid I don't have the resources for uh, such a gift, as generous as that is.
Oh,
Uh,
Serenity, are you gonna treat me like a stranger?
no, you are Thalassa. I know you.
Then why do you have your door only cracked for me? Hmm?
Because I'm rather busy. I have. Just give me a second. Close the door. I'll run back and put away my journals, my diaries, and
Quick, he didn't lock it. Just open the door and
I
walk in.
did. I did.
She, I'm just kind of sitting there like,
Okay. I
ah.
didn't lock it. I just closed it. If you
I
want
just
to rush
imagine
in anyway,
Amnesty
you're free to
watching
do
you do
so.
this.
I'm just being funny, dude.
I'm gonna run over, put away my diaries and the project I'm working on. I lock it in my chest
Mm-hmm.
safely and tug on the lock. Make sure it's like I'll take a look at those scratch marks I left there before.
If the Lotta didn't hear a lock, she's just gonna look in.
You see me hurriedly rushing to put away small books and papers, and
She
and
she
you
sh-
see bolts of black cloth as well.
she shrugs and then looks for a kitchen.
Yes, there's a small hearth.
So you find like a small hearth.
She humps at that, but she's like, I can figure it out.
I'll turn around and oh, right, yes. Make yourself at. Come in. Hmm.
I will, in fact, make myself at home. Thank you.
No, I didn't finish that part.
You were going to, and that's good
Amnesty,
enough.
you remember Thalassa?
She looks down at Amnesty and says, do you want some more tarts?
Oh, that's the lady that gave me the tarts that you said I could be okay and be friends with, right? And she kind of looks to.
Yes, she is the tart lady,
You're now referred to as the tart lady.
which is
Okay.
definitely a back, a little bit of a backhand.
She says, you want to help me make them? I'll teach you.
You know how to make them? I just
Yeah,
thought they were magically advised.
it's a magical secret.
Yeah, that's fine. Take a break. You can put away your homework for now.
Yeah, put away that homework. That's boring.
Sure, I'm gonna look down the road, see if anyone else is heading down.
Zauer would be coming later because he's got business he's got to deal with before he even comes to this at the
Oh,
docks.
All right.
okie doke. Uh, Send a message. Zaur. Um, Thalassa's here? You can reply to this message.
You're just saying like the loss is there? Question mark.
Yep.
Zauer's response is boat shopping. Be back in a minute, or be there in a minute.
Oh, good.
Boat
Okay.
shopping. Be back in a minute. Oh Lord.
All right.
No, you
Um,
don't get a boat.
Thalassa, can you hold down the fort? Can you hold down the fort for A few minutes.
She nods and looks at Amnesty and says, "With my life."
Glad to know. Good. Zara might be showing up soon. I didn't think you all would be so um eager to visit. I'm just
W-
gonna rush out and get some
Well,
beverages.
you are, so why wouldn't we be eager to visit your house?
I'm not used to it.
Get used to it.
Okay. I'm gonna rush out to the nearest. I know that the nearest bar is the scuzzy one, but I'm just gonna see if I can buy some bottles of no hard liquor, but I'll buy a cask of ale if they have it, and
Okay.
some spare mugs. And if I can get anyone nearby to sell me just like a big honking leg of ham or something.
Okay. They don't have ham, but they do have boar. They also have goose and chicken.
I'll get the boar.
Okay.
I'm not going all out to buy them options.
So do you have a couple casks of ale, mugs, and boar meat?
Yep,
Okay.
enough that they can all eat, and probably some left over that I'll I don't know, give to
Mhm.
Syria. She looks like she'd be the one most likely to eat the leftovers.
All right.
How much would
Um.
that win me?
Let's see. The boar. Let's see. Give me a look at equipment.
Gotta get up.
Nope, not purify. Nope, nope, nope. That's not.
Purified boar.
Did you say a gallon of ale?
I wanted to get a small cask.
Small cask. Let's see here.
Enough that my meager strength can roll it back without getting too winded. Or
All
carry if
right,
it's small.
that is 200. You're making me do math, and I'm very upset about it.
Let's say
That's about 52 gallons, so that
no,
is
not that much. Let's say a 5 gallon,
5 gallons. That would be
like 5 gallon drum.
5 gallons. I should be
You
able to
want
do this.
gold?
This is simple math. No.
2 silver
Oh,
pieces
as for
times.
a gallon times 5 is 20 silver pieces. For meat, chunk of meat, it's gonna be
Ooh,
3 silver pieces. I'm probably assuming that for that, I would say at least, oh God, 6 silver pieces to make half of a. It says meat chunk. These people do not know how to portion for like food.
it's a cheese hunk, meat chunk. Hmm.
I'd say about five
Well,
silver pieces then for the meat.
okay. A gallon is 2 silver pieces, so a 5 gallon would be 10. Which should be a gold.
Oh yeah, it should be 10, 10, 15, and then you said what else?
Just the meat nail.
Just meat nail. Yeah, I'd say if we want to do 20 silver pieces total. Times are hard.
Okay.
And they throw in the cups for free.
Awesome. I'll rush back carrying that as fast as I can in preparation. I'm not putting on like a banquet for these people, but I'm not at least gonna turn them away hungry.
Okay, so you run out and do that. While you do, Thalassa, you spend your time teaching Amnesty how to make tarts. At first, she's not too good, but she gets better as you help her along. And what do you do? You just help her teach to do
Oh, who are you
the
talking to?
you live.
Oh, sorry, I was busy real quick.
Oh, you're fine. Did you need to go
Well,
for a second? I can
no, no, no,
turn
no.
to our other two.
While well, she'll just be like just helping her cook, and she'll
Okay.
probably even put like a dab of jelly on her own nose, and then
Oh,
on her nose as well,
she
and then
giggles.
and she'll make like funny faces at her as they're cooking.
My heart can only take so much goodness. Somebody quick murder someone.
Don't worry,
Um,
Thalassa will too.
okay. That's good. She continues to just enjoy the affection and the doting on her. When person does return with the food and drink, she's covered probably in flour, and she has jelly on her nose,
Yeah,
but
Oh,
she's smiling and giggling.
Thalassa is definitely the same. She has just as much on her as Amnesty does.
There's
at
probably
first,
maybe a flour fight.
I'll have a look of like worry, like, oh, what are you
Oh yeah, because it's red
doing?
jelly too, so it probably from this dim lighting probably
No,
does not
just
look.
the mess. I don't like messes.
Uh,
It's as odd as that sounds for my character.
If
But
Thalassa noticed,
I'll notice that they're having a good time and just kind of smile about it.
okay, well, Thalassa will look at Serenity, and if he gives that kind of vibe to her, she'll silently like say she'll clean it up.
mhm.
Thank you. No, I'll take care of it. I'll help prestidigitate. Start already just putting the flour off of them. I'll
Mhm.
leave their heads as they are. Whatever flour and jelly's on their heads is fine.
Be right back.
Mm. I have some refreshment for when I suspect the others will show up. There's some meat as well. Just keep everyone if you get peckish. I had plans for the day. I'm not sure how much of it I can get done. With some of you watching, but it's fine. It's just something of a secret, especially especially to you. No offense. Don't be worried about it. It's um just a surprise.
Thalassa glares at him for a moment, but then kind of like nods knowingly, and then continues.
You'll be quite impressed with it.
She shrugs. She's trying to make funny noises and funny faces for Amnesty,
She's
but
about
like
like
she's also communicating.
she's 12.
Yeah, that's fine. I
Alright,
know a 14-year-old who likes this kind of stuff too.
okay.
Mhm.
I just want to make sure that however you wanted to interact with her was
It's
Yeah, it's
informative.
not like you're gonna make funny faces at a 20. But again, I've seen
oh
many
yeah, yeah,
12-year-olds who do the same thing, who enjoy like little food fight things like this,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
people are
Yeah, no,
She's still a child. She's young.
yeah. It's
yeah,
ultimately
no.
ultimately up to her personality, and Thalassa will kind of work off of that.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, no. This is ringing a bell because my little sister is 12 also. We just like we stare at each other for a second and we start going off making like
Um,
faces at each other.
quick glance at the chest, hastily stuffed with things. Is there something I can help with the tart? Something I can do?
Thalassa looks down at Amnesty and says, "What do you?"
And she looks up at you with like this big grin on her face, and she starts giggling, and she dips her nose or dips her finger in the jelly, and then leans up and then boops you on the nose with the jelly.
Thalassa will be like, "Ooh," like you got.
Yeah, like you got her.
That's a legitimate response. Heartfelt sort of smile, like oh, pulling on the string there.
Like she did on her tiptoes too, because I'm pretty sure she's not tall enough to actually
No,
reach the same height. So she was like on
Thalassa,
her tiptoe.
Thalassa helped the distance. She bent
Yeah.
down just a little bit.
Oh, listen, guys, you're being too feels.
that's
Can we have a
it's
crime,
adorable.
please?
Yeah, you know what? You two can have some fun together. I'm just gonna. Zara said he'd be showing up. I'm just gonna wait outside so I can greet him.
just
more
imagine the
appropriately
single
than I
tear.
greeted you. I'm sorry for my curtness. Right, sorry, I'm very flustered. This is new to me.
Thalassa looks at Amnesty and says, "Oh, he's gonna go hang out with the boring people instead of the fun people."
But we're so much more fun.
We'll be back. I'm just okay. Have fun. I'm just gonna go out and
Just go have fun, okay, bye.
close the door. I'll leave it open so I can keep an ear on
Mhm.
what they're doing. But I'll just go outside and wait for anyone else to show up.
She has her pet with her, right?
Mm-hmm.
The familiar. She immediately starts telling Thalassa all about her pet, whose name I'm already forgetting. Um, we're gonna call him Mr. Wiggles for right now, but Mr. Wiggles is like the best creature of all time. I think you named it
I did.
Serenity. I can't remember its name off the top of my head. Ergo the Mr. Wiggles.
Thalassa is enthusiastically regaled.
Zower, are you making your way towards the party or the parson or no?
Uh, he was going actually first to go to the docks
All
and
right.
look at boats that might be for sale.
I'm gonna
Right now.
pause with you guys here and just go over with Zower real quick. So for the most part, right now,
More
um,
philaphysis.
okay. For the
That was
most
his
part,
name.
there's not a whole lot of ships that are for sale at the moment. There are projects in the works that you can probably talk to some of the carpenter guilds. But it's going to take a while to build. And the only ship that seems to be could be a potential ship to buy would be the Fairies Fire, and that's currently parked in the docks right now.
What kind of ship is it?
It's a trading vessel. It's quite a huge vessel. Um, it's got 3 docks. Um, kind of a little smaller than the Soul of Winter.
Oh, so it's a sailing ship.
Yeah, it's made for trading long and short and long term interims.
He looks at it and then he's gonna go. He's not looking for something that big. He's looking for something more of a keel boat, a
Okay,
small,
hang on. Let
small
me let me
boat
look
that can
because
travel.
it might very well. It's not a big ship. It's nothing like some of the bigger Corsair ships. It's meant for smaller trading vessels.
You're looking at a sailing ship
Yeah. So it's
because
a
I'm looking.
smaller sailing ship. Nothing like a keel size. Although that is the smallest ship in the dock. Is the Fairy Fire.
How many people does it require to man?
At least a crew of 8 at the most. Most of it's very advanced. Um, Possibly a crew of about at least 20 if you want to keep it under. It can be done with a crew of about 8 or 10, but for a full crew, you'd probably want about 30 crewmen.
He's gonna go to the Carpenters Guilds and talk to them about getting his ship commissioned.
Okay.
For the
You'll
most
want
part,
to go to any of the sailors point you in the direction. You do see the Fairies Fire captain who seems to be boasting about his ship and the amount of speed that it can handle while drinking with a few of his men and wearing a very really fancy hat.
he just makes note of it. Kind of gives the smirky, "You don't know what a ship can do" smile as he's going to the Carpenters Guild.
You can clearly tell this man has not used the extent of the ship. The ship is beautiful. All right, that'll be
Oh,
20.
so he looks incompetent?
Oh, very much so.
Then he's gonna go to that guy.
The
Fuck with
captain?
him.
Okay.
Sure.
All
He
right.
thought it'd be a very competent command or
Oh,
leader.
no, 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 no. This is like, he's a very jubilant young male of a noble looking. He looks like he should have been a noble, but tried to be a pirate instead.
He's gonna go over there to them and just kind of stare him down a bit. I hear you have a ship, a nice one.
It's the fastest in the sector here, in the lands.
Oh,
It's the finest.
It may be designed to be the fastest, but under a paltry crew or incompetent leader, it wouldn't move faster than a rowboat.
Are you calling me incompetent, good sir? And at this, a couple of the guys kind of stand up and puff their chests a little bit. One is a little halfling man who seems to be throwing dice with the captain. He kind of like looks over at you and he kind of just goes "Hmm," and
He
just
just
chuckles.
he smiles and looks back at the ship. How decorated is the ship? Is
Let me see
does
if
it
I can
look
find a picture
does
of it.
he look like he focuses more on the aesthetic or does he focus on practicality?
It's a pretty ship. Like it's you can see a couple. You know what? Roll me. What's your? Let me see here, because you've got proficiencies with
N-
sailing vessels, correct?
Vehicles water.
Yep. Go ahead and roll that for me. Is that a rollable thing? You are fairly certain that this thing, if given the right adjustments, could be made to sail for a while. Like he is hardly even using half of its potential. Um, and with the skeleton crew that they do have, skeleton crew, um,
Goodness.
they very much it's a beauty of a ship, but he seems to be like he was a kid who wanted to be a pirate, but he's playing pirate.
Zara just stares at it and goes, "You got your sails on the wrong way. You got the ties down wrong. You're gonna get somebody thrown off the ship at the sea if you hit a storm."
And the halfling again chuckles, smirks. Hi, Captain. He's pretty smart. This one. He goes, no, 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 no. That's what the other guy told me. And then he swindled my guys out of half a dozen ships. No, I don't think so. This beauty here got it for half of a dime. Cheated a girl out of a couple dices. You know, ladies can't turn a blind eye to a fine, upstanding gentleman.
Zara just raises an eyebrow and he just kind of puts his hands in his sleeves and does a few somatic components before making the dice roll in the favor of the halfling with prestidigitation.
Okay. Goes, I win again, Cap. What can I say?
Now, you doubt my ability, but I'm telling you the truth. Are you sure you absolutely want this ship, or are you just trying to look good?
Well, this is my trading. What I hope to make my living off of.
If you
You know,
seek,
sail the seas and
you want my tip and advice as a sailor who's been on the seas for years, lose it.
why?
You,
It's such an investment.
all that fancy stuff you got on it
Yes.
draws pirates.
We've dealt with pirates before. With I've had a couple deals with pirates before. Let
How
me
much of his
see.
crew look fucked up?
Roll me perception. Oh yeah, no. You see that you kind of see some distinctions. He's got part of the crew you'd say is are good. They're good. They're really good. They know their stuff. They know what they're talking about when it comes to ships and sails and essentially just overall nautical terms. Like they're actually correcting the mistakes that you've seen. Um Meanwhile, some of the other crew members are just kind of like, put the ropes here. Oh, okay, cool. Not a problem. I can do this. I'm a pirate. Ha 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 ha.
Zaur just
They're
holds a
really
finger
not.
up to the captain as he speaks this and looks over at those and calls out to him, "You there, men who
Uh,
have barely sailed a day in your life. Are you ready to die on board a ship in the middle of nowhere or be stranded and never see home again?"
well, I mean, we're here now. I don't think we're heading out anytime soon. Are we heading out anytime soon, sir? He says,
Did
well,
you
I'd
get
really appreciate
you
if
got
you didn't rile up my crew like that.
Zaur just smiles. You hired them here, didn't you?
Some of them, but some of them I picked up when I took the ship home. You see, some of the guys weren't too friendly when I took the ship from the previous owner, shall we say.
Oh, well, how do you want me to go about proving that I can do it better than you?
Well, you definitely have some nautical knowledge, that much, but I can't say for certain.
Yes, it is, Idri.
There's like one crew member who just like doesn't look at
Just
you.
Yup. But again, the captain has a very flounced hat, very, embellished and rich, and he's, please, correct me and tell me how I'm doing it all wrong, please, and he's making a big show of this for his crew, and it seems like he's trying to appease to you, but also to kind of be like, look at this guy coming up here and telling me how to run my ship. He's clearly not sailed past the northern seas, the treacherous winds. Now, go. No, continue, please.
You
Yeah, he's
may
like,
I
tell
"Yeah,
him,
I've got."
Captain.
may I may I see your charts? As Azar sits at the table in front of him.
He pulls out one, lays it out for you.
Is this a recent shot? And he just kind of unfurls it, starts to look it over.
You notice that it is, and in fact, it does have pretty substantial markings, although it's probably not in his hand.
Tell me, if I were to travel from here to Waterdeep, how far and how long would you have to travel, and how much supplies would you have to take? And he just kind of, he's not looking up at the captain as he's doing all the measurements himself, right there with his hands.
So the first attempt is to actually give you some knowledge about it. He knows absolutely batshit about what it is. However, he rolled a 23 on his persuasion to try and persuade you that he thinks he knows what he's talking about. So while he doesn't know the knowledge,
Could
he
I
knows how
roll
to
my
bullshit.
navigator's tools against it?
Sure,
Oh,
it's a 23. You're pretty sure that while he doesn't know the terms and the terms are wrong, he has an idea as to how to read maps. He's really learned in other areas enough to where somebody else can chart a map for him and he can stay the course.
Zauer just smiles, nodding. Interesting. And he rolls it up because he's looking at it.
Mhm.
He kind of looks at it, memorizes a different location. What's another coast city
God, we're in
on that
favor,
chart?
right? Hmm?
What's what's another coast city that's accessible from this part of the world on that kind of map?
Oh, let me look. Let me look. Let me look. Let me look. I actually have to pull up the map of Faerun now.
I'm so sorry.
Way to go.
How dare you?
I mean, are we using the Sword Coast with
We
the Saltmarsh flipped, or
Yes, we are
are we
using
using the
Sword
opposite
Coast.
side of the continent?
We're using Sword Coast. Currently, the map should itself be between.
It's in the Mirror of Dead Men.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
it's not bad.
the
Well,
Mayor of
kind of
Deadman. Thank you.
hearing that name, Mayor of Dead Men. Neverwinter Nights 2 memories, man.
So, are we just under the Mirror of Dead Men?
No, I think Mirror of Deadman is essentially where we are, right? If I'm understanding that correctly, the placement of this.
That's
Let me
up to you.
check.
Well, I mean,
Because
this
I
is
had it between Neverwinter and.
I
Sorry,
don't believe that Saltwater Marsh is on any of the
I mean,
canon maps.
no,
it's
but
not
yeah,
on the canon
Saltmarsh
maps, but you
isn't
can
technically in
place it.
Faerun, but we're using Faerun so that it's easier for the DM to
Do
figure out
DM
locations.
stuff. Ba, 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 ba.
Yeah, Grey hardly has anything to
Yeah, here
use.
it is. Lizard folk have been discovered in close to the salt marsh, threatening the hometown traffic on the high roads. Oh no, that's placing the adventure. Blah, blah, blah. Placing Faerun is
All right,
something different.
I'm
Essentially,
playing.
but it lists several different ports along the way.
He's just gonna pick one of the ones and go uh along the coast that he would be more familiar with the location of, and
Hmm
be and
Probably
just look
where
at
the old
I
house
mean,
was.
if we're in the Mirror Dead Men, Leyland is the nearest place.
Well, it depends on which way you're going, because Neverwinter and Helmshold are up.
Yeah, but
Um,
Leyland's right next to the Mirror of Dead Men.
Leyland?
Leyland, it's just north of it.
I'm looking at Faerun's map right now, and the only thing that's close by is Thornhold and Sword Mountain. You've got Amphel, Waterdeep, and then
It's underneath. It's higher than Waterdeep. It's underneath Neverwinter. It's right next to the Mere of Dead Men.
Anyway, point being, he's just looking at the map and he rolls it up and just kind of holds it in his hand and goes, "You seem to know your things. Can you do it without the chart to look at, like I was just doing?"
he says, pretty sure I can. You doubt my skills, but I have a clever maps maker here who shows me most of the ways.
A captain should know his own charts. How many days to, and he names off the location he was saying, which he would have measured out along the way.
Hmm. Again, he's bullshitting his way through this with that 23.
Yeah, and he's just Zauer's looking kind of like more frustrated. This guy, the longer it goes, because he's like, this guy is so incompetent, but he somehow knows this stuff.
Fake it till you make it.
He's a
How
Yeah,
much?
he's essentially faking it until he makes it.
How
he's a
much did you pay
politician.
for
He sounds good, but he doesn't know shit.
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
crime! It's a crime!
It is Krun. It is
It's
Krun.
crud.
I've been here, y'all. I've just
They
been
really
muted
will.
because I'm at work.
But
They've been here this entire. Did you, Krun? Did you get to hear our adventures at burning a ship?
I heard everything. Don't you worry.
I
Okay.
posted the
Even
lay
if
of
you
line
didn't, it's
on
been
the map.
recorded.
well, in,
There you go.
in
Being
well,
recorded on two things, on two different streams.
All right, guys, let's get back to it.
well,
Sour,
in
you were
that
saying.
well, in that case, how much would it take to get this boat off your hands? You can keep all the materials, all supplies, and as you wish, whatever you want off the ship. I just want the boat itself.
And the boat itself. Why don't you make me an offer most to go for thousands of gold pieces? Yeah, gold crowns.
How much?
Let's see here.
How much did you pay for it, sir?
Yedri
I didn't.
accidentally learns that
He just
Zaur's buying the ship
smiles.
and burns it down faster.
Really? Don't metagame this. Don't metagame this for me.
I won't.
If you can get away with a ship, I'm gonna be mad because that's the whole reason I bought property because I didn't have enough for a ship.
You didn't specifically go looking for one.
Yeah, but I know they cost 10,000 gold.
Yep,
They cost a
More.
lot.
they do
Yeah.
cost a shit ton for a ship. Ba.
A ship ton, if you will.
Like 100,000.
A ship ton.
They're so expensive, and
Oh
I
my
really
god,
didn't
they're
want one.
so expensive.
But yeah, Zaur is just looking at him. Like, I want the ship, sir. I want to travel. And
How much does it cost to own a ship? Why does it not have the cost?
what is it classified as? Is it a galley, a keelboat, longship, rowboat, sailing ship?
That's kind of what I'm looking at right now. Hang on.
The sailing ship is 10,000 gold.
It's a dreadnought.
Yeah, it's
There
it's
is
a sailing ship. So 10,000. He'd say it's because he's dumb. He goes, it's about 10,000 gold pieces.
Zaur just stares at him. It'll take me twice as long to get that gold as it would take me twice as long as to get the gold for that as it would to fucking repair all the mistakes you've made by having your crew do stupid things.
Did you think I was going to give you this ship?
5,000. You get to keep all your stuff. You're a merchant. You can make it back in here until port.
8,000.
7,000.
9.
650.
8,000, and that's the lowest I'll go. In fact, I'd be losing money just having to talk to you.
You're losing money by playing games with your crew instead of going out and sailing and getting away from all the pirates and the brigands in the area.
I'd
Don't you
been-
know this area is a bad area for a merchant?
It's perfect for a merchant. Coast of Saldmarsh is thriving. We have a festival in a few days, and
How
I
many
am
of-
looking to scale myself some wealth.
Then let me
That-
ask this. How many of your crew can testify that you can guide a ship out away from a kraken?
Oi! Which one of you guys think can steer this ship through hell and high waters? And you see a chorus of guys actually seem to cheer back and say, "Oh, our captain's the best! Oh, he sailed through thick and thin. We've gone through storms and through the hell." And you just hear a chorus of sailors, essentially.
And
Meanwhile, it
how
rained
many of
one
you
time.
how many would you trust him for the Kraken?
I highly doubt that your skinny little ass moved anywhere close or far enough away from a kraken. In fact,
Zaur
you'd
holds his
probably just
hand
be
out
running away.
and moves his hand and says a few words to do prestidigitation and cover him in what looks like seawater and smells like seawater. Try me again, please.
I says, "Ah, you can wave your hand and smell like the sea," which isn't very much different from
No,
where I'm
he's
standing.
soaked. He's soiled in seawater. Like it just
Oh,
imagine
the
him.
captain is, or he is?
Yes, the captain.
Oh, he just kind of looks down and goes, "Ah, this is unfortunate. I'll need a new change of clothes."
Oh, let me help with that. And he snaps his fingers and makes the clothes look like ragged, torn pieces of crap. There you
He just,
go. Fitting.
just he just kind of looks and goes, "Ah, yes. Well, I didn't need this." And he takes off one of the shirts, and he's bare chested now. And a lot of the girls, like, there's a couple girls passing by, and he's like, "Evening, ladies. How you doing?"
He
And they're
does
like,
it
"Oh,
one. He does it one more time for scent again
uh-huh."
to make him smell like shit.
They're far enough away. He just kind of smiles and just waves. "I'll see you at the festival,
does his
ladies."
does his bare chest start like sparkling?
Yeah, right. Glistens with the water.
Hmm. I see
Says,
you're
"My
not.
dear boy, if you're in the mood for a ship, if I'd speak with the shipwrights down the way. They'll maybe find you a sailing boat. You can string together some form of clothes to make a sail."
Zaur, did he take his hat off and throw it to the ground with everything else?
Oh, no, no, no. He's still got his hat on.
Zaur just lightly reaches down to pick up the shirt and shake it out, doing prestidigitation, dropping the scents
Hmm.
and making it look really good again before he puts it on. I think I'll be fine. I can handle myself as well as my crew, but I needed the ship. But I don't think it'll last very long on knowing you and the way you handle yourself. Have a good day.
I may have misspoken, sir. Come now, don't be offended. Come and play some dice with me. You can tell that he seems to be very favorable for dice gambling. Come,
No,
play
no
around
dice.
with me.
No dice. And he looks at the halfling. He has loaded dice, doesn't he? It's how he
Does he
got
know?
he. How many times have you won, little one?
He kind of looks at you and he goes, "Are you calling me short?"
Well, I'm calling you little because I don't know your name.
Well, that's mighty a bit offensive from where I come from, tall one. No, these dice aren't loaded. Care to roll them yourself?
Tell you what,
And he holds the dice out for you.
Zaur's going to sit down at the table and roll them in his hands for 10 minutes as he does detect magic at ritual speed.
Okay.
Do they glow?
So
They do not.
you're just
Well,
sitting
wait,
here rolling
wait.
these die for
Would
10 minutes straight.
they would be lit because you actually did prestidigitation on him to make them look like he won.
But I would make it. It would tell me what magics are used on it if it. And it's just
Prestidigitation.
that's it.
That's it.
Zaur smirks. We're not putting any money on this, man. But I'll sit and play. And remember, this is lasts for I think a while, up to 10 minutes. It lasts concentration. So
But you spent those 10 minutes like doing a jack off motion with the dice in your hand.
basically, no, like it's a concentration after the ritual cast.
Yeah, but you did a couple other things with prestidigitation, didn't you? Because that would break the concentration on the dice.
Not at the time I was doing magic. That was beforehand. You can prestidigitation lasts once it's cast.
I thought it was cast. I thought it was concentration.
Nope, it's up to one
Okay.
hour duration.
Okay. But you were also doing different things with prestidigitation. You were changing the shirt, then changing the scent, then doing.
You get up to 3 effects,
Okay.
and you can change them. You can cancel out each one individually
Okay.
when you
No
cast
worries.
one.
So I'll say
It's
you
what makes
played.
it's what makes it an interesting spell.
Roll me a perception at advantage. You are very keen on knowing that this gentleman has an addiction to gambling. you and him might not be playing for money, but him and the halfling are, and halfling is one. Halfling has lost a couple things, but you notice that the halfling kind of eggs him on and purposefully loses a couple rounds. The dice aren't loaded. He's just really good at knowing how to roll and when to roll and being persuasive to the captain. You notice that for the first couple rounds he loses, making the captain think that he's gaining more things. He's lost a dagger, a couple gold pieces, and a ruby, all of which he won back within the next few rounds, to the point where the captain is now losing immensely. You're starting to see him pull out more and more treasure from random parts, like from his boots, from his belt. It seems as though this ship, while it's not something he's very seared in or very well versed in, might have been something he won with dice because
Zour
of his
smirks.
gambling habits.
Zour smirks as he sits down, cat, waving his hands a little
Hmm.
bit, and then reaching in his own boot. And when he reaches down, casts prestidigitation as he tears a piece of cloth up and brings out what looks like fine elven silk with it to
Hmm.
change the appearance of it, and lays down. We'll start with this then, if we're going to gamble. What is your bet?
And he throws in a couple necklaces, or a necklace.
Is it magical in nature?
It is not. But
Zour not.
it does have a very large rock in the middle.
Zour
At this,
stares at it.
one of the dwarven sailors actually cusses. It looks like it was a dwarven.
Zour nods before picking up the dice. How does this work, my friend?
So you are betting. Great. So you roll the dice, and we see if your luck is tested.
Let's see if it is. And he throws it out there on the table
Hmm.
to see what happens.
Hmm. We'll do evens and odds.
What am I rolling?
I'm pretty sure there's a gambling thing feat maybe. Let's do a 1d6.
Dun, 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 dun.
And you got to beat his number. So he takes the round. Roll again.
Even.
You get it goes to defender, so you get it. He
And
sits
then
back, and they roll the dice a couple more times, and then
Zour's making sure that every time he pulls the object that he puts up,
mhm
he's putting it in a different spot.
mhm.
And then he's pulling out something else. He makes it look like something else when he puts it on the table again. Or he's creating a non-magical trinket with the prestidigitation and putting it on the table. And when
That's
he
all
reaches his
like
plate,
the more that I talk with you, the more games we play. I'm getting to know. I know that you are a man of honor, and I know that you are quite skilled with vessels. To be truthful, you're right. I don't know how to sail her. She was a victory, shall we say? But
then
I
why not?
can't seem to be part with it. You mentioned the deal before, the cost of the ship.
All right.
7,000?
How about we go a little bit further? How about we put on a bet?
Oh, I don't bet ships. Not after this one. I won this fair and square, you see.
Zara reaches in his pocket or in his sleeve.
Mhm.
I guess I imagine at this point he's got the necklace.
Mhm.
Let me read prestidigitation, make sure I'm doing this correctly, because I don't want to misinterpret this, because it's a very loose wording on this.
Mhm. Because if you're gonna try and swindle him with he's gonna expect the money for the ship.
Unless,
Unless,
unless
unless.
Okay.
Cleaner soil, warmer chill, make a color,
Creates.
small mark, or symbol. I don't think you can change it to look like
No,
gold.
you can't. Can't. You can make a non-magical trinket or an illusionary image that fits in your hand last in the next turn.
Mhm.
Uh, he's going to. Let me see my inventory. See what I got. I think I got something nice. he's gonna pull out. This is hard to do. He's gonna pull out a treasure map that he
Mhm.
has and lay it on the table. This would cover. This is a treasure map. You have crew. You have supplies to sell at this festival. No doubt you can get another ship very quickly with that. And you have a map to regain your lost wages.
It's not enough. I'd need that 7,000.
7,000 for what?
The ship, of course.
7,000 is a lot for a ship that's been used and frankly wasn't bought for 7,000. It was probably what he put up on the table. But what did you put up for the ship? Probably about 3,000.
It was 10,000. I'm very persuasive.
That's the average running ship price. So I think you actually got swindled, sir.
You think I actually put down 10,000 on this vessel? No. I put down some treasure. The lady of the house put down her father's ship. It's a fun tale, actually. Bedded her right here on the ship. You should see the captain's quarters.
I'm sure I will in a little while. What do you say? Treasure map for the ship? Bet?
That does me little. I get a piece of parchment for all of this. No deal.
Zauer waves for one of them tries to get them to bring him a bottle of or a cask of water. When how about we start making water into rum, huh?
He says, "What are you, Moses?" No, I'm just kidding.
What are you, Moses?
No, what are you, Jesus?
You mean
damn.
Jesus? Pirate Jesus?
I'm dying.
I heard he was a carpenter.
I did too.
Oh my Christ.
It wasn't really a carpenter, but
Indeed.
it gave us
Yeah,
proficiency
exactly.
with woodcutter's tools.
Watch out for that nail gun, Jesus.
Okay, but
know
real
that
talk,
Jesus
he was a
was-
carpenter. He would have loved having a nail gun.
Oh
Right?
yeah, totally. Oh my god, Jesus with a nail gun.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
Jesus.
Excellent visual.
You love your
It's
cousin?
actually a scene from a animated series called Clone High. And the guy who says that is
Oh,
immediately
yeah.
after he shoots himself with the nail gun is Caesar.
He too, brother.
He's like, watch out for that nail gun, Jesus.
Oh, I remember that. That was funny.
All right, so essentially, he's not going to sell you the, or he's going to sell you the ship lower than what he was originally offered, which was 7,000.
But
But
Zauer's trying to entice him to make a bet by making better things.
he's not. Make a persuasion roll. I'm gonna say at disadvantage because he's not willing to part with the ship unless he's well within.
Oof.
Yeah, no. He's willing to sell it to you cheaper. He's willing to sell it to you for about 7,000.
Zauer just huffs as he pulls the treasure map back in.
Says I'll even leave my cargo and a crew behind for you.
No,
6,000.
I can supply my own crew and cargo. I said you could keep it so you could sell the stuff at the festival and make your money back at the
Oh,
very
I do
least.
plan on selling my stuff here. That's not any question. That's why we're here, is to sell quite the wealth that we incurred upon our voyage. We're quite wealthy. I
Zara
assure you. We're not
he
hurting
sha-
for money.
He shakes his head as he stands up to leave. I think our business here is concluded.
He
You
says,
obviously are not. You're obviously not willing to part with it at any means.
I am for the good price of 6,000.
And I'm telling you, it would take me a long time to fix the problems you probably have gotten on that ship because of your
Which I
incompetence.
already offered a crew that is competent enough to remain with the ship and can fix the repairs as you seem
I guarantee
so
that
necessary.
I guarantee that one of my crew that I would have would be worth 2 of your crews.
Even though you were the one who agreed upon the price originally, you insisted upon 6,000 when we first negotiated. Why would I want to do business with someone who redeals? I guess I'll have to find somebody else to buy this boat.
Good luck finding someone else
Shame.
to deal with you long enough to do it. Good luck finding someone who has the capital to throw at it.
Then why come aboard my ship asking for a ship? I'm quoting prices of 6,000.
Zara just
If
shrugs.
you are not interested in a ship, I am practically giving you a steal. Half the price of what it goes on market value.
But
It's true.
call it.
He's
It is
literally
true,
giving
and
you
he's
the
just
ship
sitting
for
there.
6,000.
He's literally looking at him and going, It's not the price of the ship at market value. It's your personality, sir. Frankly, you're a lecherous fool.
I've been called less by few and far between. I guess I'll have to charm some sailor here.
Hmm.
Take the ship off my hands. It's quite the
As he
vessel.
as he's walking towards the exit, he makes note to stop at the younger crew members that he's hired from the city and tell them that he probably should go back to whatever he was doing instead of being on the ship because he's probably going to die on the sea alone.
No, sir, I believe in my captain.
Then you are a fool.
He says, nah, the fool is the one who deals like this. And I'm so pissed that you meted this so hard. I
Who?
wanted you to lose the credits.
The
You.
longer Zauer put up with him, the longer Zauer realized, or the more Zauer realized this is not a good person to make a deal with.
He complimented you and was going to give you the ship at the price you requested and even give
He
you
doesn't
the
have
crew.
that money. He doesn't have that money.
Why would you offer the price
He
then?
thought he could get lower. He's like 10,000. He's like 1,000 gold
He
short
was
of that.
trying to swindle him out of the ship, is basically what he's saying.
Oh, I get it. So he's the one who tried to swindle.
Yes. He only has about like 4,000 gold. I'm doing the math here. 220 plus 171 platinum.
He says,
A
one
single
moment.
one
90.
platinum is equal to 10 gold, just so you know.
So 4,000 gold is what he has on hand. Because
How about we play for this? How much do you have on? One more game. One more game.
One more game.
One more game. And here's what we'll do. We'll play the dice again. I promise you'll even get to choose the dice of your choosing. We roll the dice. You put forth however money you have, and I'll put up the ship. If I lose, I take your gold and start anew, and you get a ship. If I win, I get a ship. And you can keep your gold. Seems fair enough.
So either way, I win.
Either way, you win.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Zauer's looking at the crew to see if they're suspicious of this as well, or if they look like he's going to be swindled.
One is just looking both back and forth between you guys, like, don't do it, Captain, don't do it.
He looks at the half and he goes, "Did I ever try and swindle this good and natured captain, I assume?" And he kind of does one of the like, I don't know what to address you as. And the halfling kind of looks at you, looks at not Idri, and back
Crewman
at
number
our
6.
crewman number 6, and just goes, "It's a dice game. In fact, I think you're being a little too generous with the Outlander here." He
Zauer,
says, "We were
Zauer
only here
sits
to make
back.
port. What's the point in hauling all this?"
Zauer sits down and goes, "Fine. If I have nothing to lose, then I have nothing to worry about. And, show me your dice, and I will make a decision in a few minutes on my choice."
All right. And he literally pulls it right from his chest pocket, holds it out for you.
So
Is there several sets of dice?
What's that?
Is there several sets?
I'm familiar with how detect magic works because that is a spell that I have. I know what it looks like to ritual cast it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Has it been long enough that it's worn off?
10 minutes.
I would say so. They've been talking and playing a couple rounds.
Okay.
But the dice that you have in your hand, what was that, Zauer?
Is there multiple sets of dice, or is it just one set of dice that we've been rolling?
Just one sided dice.
He's still going to do detect
Dice.
magic, like kind of looking like he's trying to decide between the two dice for which one he's going to roll for it.
Okay. He's kind of dumb, so he just kind of goes, "You can choose whichever dice. You'll find that they're not loaded. I don't care for loaded dice." To which the halfling kind of like tries so hard not to roll his eyes.
Going to pick the right one,
Okay.
knowing that they're not magically enchanted, and he's going to roll.
Roll your d6 at advantage. Re-roll it. There you
Hey,
go. And the captain just kind of stares and he says, all right then. True to my word.
So I get the ship.
You do. But I
Aye.
get your gold. For my crew
Zour
and repairs.
Zour smiles as he pulls out the one sack of platinum he has from earlier, not Thalassa's, but his own, and sets it down. 171 platinum.
And that's all your gold?
All my platinum at the moment, yes. He isn't pulling out Thalassa's one, which he has hidden on the other part of his body, in his sleeve.
He just stares at me and goes, meager live. With one stipulation will I give you the boat,
Aye.
if you might. It will take a while to get our cargo off the ship, as well as for our crewmen. Please let us allow to stay in port for just the duration of the festival. After the festival, it
Aye.
is yours.
That is fine by me.
He shakes your hand and he kind of goes ahead and kind of shows you the layout of the ship.
Zour makes a note to one of the crewmen, like pulling aside one of the
Mhm.
older crewmen.
Okay.
If you could, take the name Fairy Fire off the side, please.
He says, aye, I'll do that right away. Captain? Oh, did it
Discord.
Discord. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, so he says, right away, Captain? And he just kind of like unknowingly knows how to address you, like, I don't know how to address you, sir. It's like, it will take time, but we'll get it taken care of.
Aye. Sounds good to me.
All right,
I will.
so my,
I will be back after the festival to check on the ship. I expect
All
you to
right.
be here.
All right.
And he's gonna go
so my-
to the Parsons home.
Alrighty. You are given the deed to the fairy fire.
Hot damn.
oh man, I was
You managed
hoping
to swindle out of that guy out of his thing.
I was hoping at like somehow he wouldn't have gotten it, and again, a very big somehow. Krun managed to worm his way up there, and then just like 30 minutes later, Krun shows up. Hey guys, guess what? I got a ship.
Speaking of, let's do
Crun.
Crun. Crun. Are
Oh
you
yeah,
are you in
no,
a safe spot to do work, or are you still at work?
I mean, I'm still driving.
Okay.
Um,
Why don't we do?
so
I'll do Visaria first, and then we'll take break, and then we'll do your downtime. Then we'll end it with the festival.
yeah, actually, Krun's whole downtime last week lasted until the festival.
Oh, it was until the festival. Okay, so
Yeah,
you're
remember
already good.
he woke up
Right.
and did like the morning thing with the
Hmm.
sunrise, and it was
Right.
beautiful and touching.
I gave you guys 2 weeks, and I was actually I moved the festival date to the end of the second week. So if you wanted to continue to
Uh,
do that, we can do another religious roll, or if you just want to say you did that for all of 2 weeks, that's fine too.
all right. I mean, I'm fine with whatever.
Okay. Visaria.
Yes.
Yes. So you've been at the bar. You've been talking with Zour and Thalassa, talking about your home, your backstory a little bit, and wanting to take revenge for um. There was a name, and I'm missing it because it's been so much that I've been talking about. Um. So what else have you been doing with your morning and or would like to do for your week?
Well, after she left the tavern, she always does her morning exercise, which is to get the two anvils and lift
Mm-hmm.
them. Afterwards, she is wandering around the city. As I'm deciding, I've been debating if she wants to continue participating in the pit fighting because she's getting bored of fighting the same old people all the time,
Mm-hmm.
or if she wants to do something else.
Okay. Do you have something in mind, or just wander?
I'm thinking that Viserys is actually going to first pay a visit to the pit fighting arena, just to see if anybody has any kind of reaction to her being there.
Okay. You did kind of rile up the crowd with your win. You won, but again, you were kind of you beat up on a face, and so the crowd's kind of like, eh, here, you won, but you're here. So for the most part, everyone kind of just leaves you alone. They kind of scowl a little bit. To which the champion who had won the face kind of tries to calm it down. Like, guys, come on, out of the ring. We're people. We're all people. And he comes over and goes, Visaria, right? Mug chucker. I really like what you did in the ring.
She just kind of nods towards him. I've had experience.
I could see that in your fighting style. You don't like to hold back. You just kind of go for it. I appreciate that.
Where I'm
And he
from, you
kind of
hold back,
walks with
you
like
die.
what's that?
She says, she said, where I'm from, you hold back, you die.
I've heard of bloody pits before. They outlawed it a while back, but they only do this to relieve stress for a lot of the guards or the miners. They tend to get worked up, so we try and place a honorable place where people can let out some frustration.
And
But
she'll actually go out. She just looks him over and
hmm
she says, have you heard um about their arena there?
the I'm sorry, the arena.
She said, have you heard about the arena there?
Ah, bloody From what I understand it, very few make it out alive. I've only heard stories and tales.
I'm one of the few who have won the Grand Melee there.
Ah, then I stood no chance in this silly ring. And he kind of leans on his cane a little bit.
She just
It's
kind
a
of
makeshift cane, but he's still healing from your fight.
she looks him up and down and then she grunts. I intend to take it out at some point.
Ah, a noble venture indeed. You're going to need quite the crew to take that on.
Also,
Many would go to.
has a dwarven possibly been following her around when she started wandering the city?
Every so often they don't really much follow. They just kind of like if you're near the door of an anvil, they'll read glass to you. Some of the miners will chit chat with you along the street. Like if you wander the marketplace, some will be like, "Oh yeah, hey mug chucker, mug chucker, mug chucker, mug chucker, mug chucker." But those the ones that really chant mug chucker are down by the snapping line and are the really, really, really drunk ones. And are mostly sailors brought in from other ships. The miners kind of mostly keep to themselves. A few of them kind of like nod their approval. But for the most part, the dwarves that you've made friends with are often sailors from either the Soul of Winter, um, which is still moored here, and a few other vessels.
Okay. Alright, sorry for interrupting.
You cut out there real bad.
I said sorry for interrupting.
Oh no, you're fine. Oh, are you saying him? Sorry.
No, I interrupted you when you were talking for him.
Yes, and I lost my train of thought, but that's okay. So he's essentially he just kind of nods and that it'll take quite a crew to take on all as well as the magisters there. As many of the pit fighters probably know, your freedom is often hard won, and I assume yours was as well, and it was no mean feat. That's where
He's
I've
kind
seen many a war veterans go to just die a warrior's death.
just kind of grips her wrist and just twists it a few times.
Hmm.
And she grunts. I had to kill 50 people to get my freedom in one fight.
I believe it. I've seen one old war vet back in the old days when we fought for kings. Now we just fight for whoever has the biggest credits and the biggest pockets. I knew a war veteran by the name of Bismo. Bismo was one of their champions. Long probably before your time. I don't know if you would have met anyone of this name, but Bismo, he wanted to die a warrior's death. He was old, getting that way. I guess it may have been something to do with his faith. And you see, he felt the need to pass to his god and into his god's realm through a fight, and he must only do so in an honorable fight. They made him do such dishonorable things. At one point, I had seen him. The last I had seen him, his eyes were covered and glazed, like he was already dead. I've seen many like that before. After the war,
He
warriors that have no soul, I call them.
nods. I was raised into the family was enslaved. They were
Hmm.
killed and they tried to get me out of there.
That is a terrible, terrible crime. I'm sorry you went through such hardships.
She just kind of just stares at the ring. She's ignoring the fans and she's
Hmm.
just kind of glaring at the ring. I'm going to tear that arena down to its foundations. I'm going to kill all the magisters. I'm going to kill all the nobles who don't give up their slaves. I'm gonna free every single one of those fighters.
Khaleesi. No, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop myself. He kind of nods and he says, "It seems a noble cause, but Alm has stood for many years, and not many would go against the Magisters. Some even enjoy their fights for the coin that they're given. Gladiators, few and far between. Slaves have it the hardest, but those who fight who are free, they fight for the pleasure of it. I wish you
It's
luck in this adventure, but it will be harrowing."
nothing is as harrowing as the Grand Melee. She just turns over towards him, nods, and she
Hmm.
turns and she says, I don't think I'll be returning to this arena.
She said, "It'd be a shame. I'd really like another round. Provided you can maybe give this old man some slack. I really like you, Mugchucker."
She just turns to glance over at him. I don't ever hold back. Not for anyone.
He says, uh, I, that's like it any other way." He nods his head. "Do hope to see you back around, Mugchucker." He moves over to help move some of the other pieces, even though he's a couple of the fans are like, "Oh, hey, I saw you shouldn't be moving." He's like, "It's fine, it's fine."
Yeah. And she is going to head to the docks next,
Okay,
where I'm going to have her. She's actually going to participate in some work, where
okay,
she is going to work as a dock worker for the week.
okay. I believe there is actually.
She's not wanting to work for anybody that looks wealthy. She's going
Mm-hmm.
to try and find somebody who's struggling to make ends meet, like they had, like workers are constantly not showing up, whatever, and she'll help them instead.
Okay. I will say you do find you do find a woman who is struggling. She has a small fishing boat. It's looks to be one of Mama Costa's flock. The fisher villages. There's
Yeah, she
this
remembers.
old villager, sorry, this villager. She's got an older woman on the dock and sitting at the prow of the boat, and she's got brownish hair tied back with a bandana on and an apron, and she's kind of like, "I cannot believe this, grandma. They said it'd be here, and yet again I'm having to pay for labor that isn't showing up."
Is that one woman there?
The woman that's complaining about the worker not showing up, yes.
No, I'm talking about that one woman that was at the fishing colony that they met.
Oh, Costa, Mama Costa. No,
Yeah,
she's not there. But you can tell that it's one of the fishing boats from the fishing village.
and she kind of walks over. You're one of Mama Costa's, aren't you?
She smiles and goes, "Ah, yes, that's me, grandma. Well, not my grandma. My grandma's on the prow of the boat, but yes, I'm one of Costa's flock. Yes, she's I think a cousin twice removed on my mother's side."
We encountered her when she does help us get rid of some pirates that were
Ah,
harassing the town.
yeah, she is very well known to keep after her own. Fishing village is not far from here, but we're coming in more and more with the boats coming in for seasons. We have to haul a lot of the work. I came here to get a helping hand. Unfortunately, we see how that goes. But the rest of the flock should be here by the rest of either this evening or the next day.
She just gestures at her boat and the random crates and so forth. Need a
Mhm.
hand?
She says, "Yes, I do have help coming, but they're not here, and I am in a pickle. I need some repairs done to my ship, as well as logging and carrying several crates of fish and provisions onto the boats.
She
By
nods.
help, I mean if you're willing and able to do so, I'd be happy to pay you. You seem eager to be wanting the work."
She kind of grins. It's either this or fighting in the pits, and I think I'm done with the pits after beating the local champion and earned the ire of everybody in the town.
Ah, I saw that fight. Pay them no mind. Their minds can whim on who the town favorite is. He's been a local favorite for almost 10 years now, so most of the town grew up knowing him. He's helped out, so you can't fault them for that. But I've heard of stories of you. You're the mug chucker? Am I getting that right?
That's what they call me.
And then all of a sudden you hear from the front of the boat, mug chucker, mug chucker, mug chucker, mug chucker.
She sighs.
She just goes,
It's not my preferred nickname. Back in the
Grandma,
arena back home, they called me Blood Scale.
blood scale. And you hear Grandma going, mug chucker, blood scale, blood scale, mug chucker, blood scale, no, mug chucker has better ring for it. And she continues the chant of mug chucker, at the front of the boat with her staff kind of pounding like a slow rhythm to it. And she's like, "Pardon my mother. She's very old."
It's kind of Snickers.
But if you're here to help, I would gladly appreciate it, and I could pay you a couple gold pieces for your time. It's not much, but it's all I have. I had planned to get it at the festival, but hard work always pays.
She nods. And you'll find that I can live about equal to 2 or 3 dock workers.
Well,
There's
then
kind of
you'll
a
make
grin.
you'll make the time go by quicker. Go ahead and go ahead and roll me athletics.
Normal advantage.
Normal.
Up, 10.
Okay. You make a modest lifestyle for the week. So um by helping her, you've got a modest let's see. Look at some money. Some money. Ba. Looking at your wages here. I believe fairly good. Let's see. Expenses. Let's see what we got. 1 gold piece, but she gives you about 2 gold pieces.
Okay.
So for helping her throughout, I'm assuming, are you helping her just that day or helping her through the week?
For the week.
For the week, then it's the 2 gold pieces. So the first half, she has you pretty much carrying a lot of their stuff that they're selling. It's mostly fish and baskets of fish. And as you carry them through the market, she's actually really glad that you're carrying it because a lot of the pickpockets stay away from you guys. Um, for this second part of your week, the second day or so, like Tuesday or Wednesday, she's hawking most of her gear and most of her stuff. So whatever customers are buying, if it's a bigger item, a bigger price, a bigger bulkier item, she has you go and grab it off the ship. You find that the ship actually the hull down below seems to be kind of like the TARDIS. It's bigger on the inside. So a lot of her stock is down there. Um, for the last couple days, um, you help finish and wrap up. At this point, Mama Costa has actually come ashore with her fleet of ships close to where you guys are. It looks like this dock was actually rented by them, so the entire fishing village is kind of coasted out here. Out in the waters is about, I would say, probably about over here is where the main fishing village is. They're kind of staying away from the ship itself. Um, I will say on the latter part of the day, latter part of your week, about Thursday night, the docks are alight. As it gets about sundown, you start hearing the alarm bells start going off around town. Um, and a ship has sunk along with it, well, it being on fire until and nearly snapping in twine. The guard, and in fact, you even see a Lendir actually walking the pier with several of his guards to take care of it. The fishing village is unharmed, but Mama Costa does seem to be on almost on an alertness for this adventure
I heard,
in the docks.
I heard
So
that
essentially,
Snicker of a Yeedry.
Yes. So it seems as though a ship has no more. Is expired once more.
Just kind of
And
only gives it a passing glance and returns to work. Doesn't bother her one way or another.
you see Mama Costa and Naira, I'm gonna call her Naira. Naira kind of like looks over and back and forth and is like, are you sure, Mama? And Mama Costa just kind of nods and says, don't worry, girl. It's far away from our ships. Our ships are safe. Although it be a fair point that poor captain has lost his vessel. Poor thing. And yeah, that goes as out your week.
Let's see if we make again. Like 2 gold, 4 gold.
2 gold.
Right.
Thalassa. Oh dearest love. So you spent most of that morning making parts with oh yeah, and Viseria, before I continue, I'm so sorry. Um Viseria, you had gotten near the first part of the week, did receive an invitation to come and visit Parson at his home.
Okay.
Thalassa. Oh dearest love. I
Yes,
believe you wished to do some research, if I'm not mistaken.
I do. Are we going on to week 2?
We're going on to week 2.
Then that is what the Lhasa does.
All right. Let's do some research. Research. So many maps, so little time. Okay. So let's go here, downtime. Let's see. All right. Research. I'll say that it does say that it gives 50 gold pieces to spend on materials, bribes, gifts, and other expenses. So it'll cost 50 gold pieces to gain the knowledge, and then we'll have to do a check, I think, right?
Hmm.
Yes, intelligent check with a +1 bonus
And
for.
you can pay more gold, correct? To
Yes, you can pay more gold up to a maximum of 6. So it'll give you a +6. So that'd be 50 times 6. Oops. Oops, when I can actually type. For 300 gold pieces, you can do a +6 to that intelligence check.
Thalassa will do it.
Alrighty. So make your intelligence check with a +6.
Which is an intelligence check, you said?
Yes, intelligence check +6. What we got? Whoo! Hooey! Alright.
So 22.
22. That's even better. 3 pieces of lore. Right, and no
Okay,
complication.
so I had the first 2 pieces, but I
Yep.
didn't know I'd get this far. So
I know. I didn't know you'd roll that high. Damn. So yeah, you have the first 2 pieces of lore that you've got for the story, and then
um,
I'll even say you get a juicy rumor about his movements.
ooh, so a little bit extra then.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, sweet.
I'd say maybe his movements are getting closer towards the interests of Saltmarsh.
Okay.
With the talk of war so close on the horizon, it would certainly pique his interest in sending funds or possibly even envoys.
Then I think Thalassa, her last piece of lore, I think she will just simply try to figure out who she is as a creature. Because I know she's a Genasi, but she's not entirely sure what she is.
Gotcha. I'll say, you know what? Roll me an investigation check with advantage. I want to see if you can track someone down.
Womp womp.
You
Ho
heard
ho
rumor
ho
that there's
ho.
somebody familiar in the town, but you don't know where.
Okay.
Someone that looks like you. But that's not female.
Okay.
And they are in staying at one of the inns, the snapping line.
So then, do you want to message me the lore that I got, or
Yeah, I'll message
is
you the
you got
lore.
that?
I'll have to
Okay.
send it to you here. Once I get done looking for the button.
Then I'll say Thalassa feels that her coin was well spent.
Very good. Yeah, I'll have to send it to you a little later. Once I go
I'll,
through the backstory once more and pick
I'll
out all the
I'll bug
juicy
you about it
details.
later.
Okay. Bug me about it later.
Good.
Sorry.
Where were you doing this research? Like in my library?
So no, essentially for Thalas's research, she's actually talked to a couple shipwrights that have come down from Luskin. There's only one ship that's come down from Luskin, that has traveled actually through selling their wares through Neverwinter, and have gone down the Sword Coast to come down to Saltmarsh for the festival. And you talked with a couple shipwrights, a few captains, and were able to pull the information through a couple bribes, maybe some dinners, maybe twisting Anders's hand a little bit in the council, to gain access into some knowledge that maybe would not be so much public knowledge.
She'll be flirty. She'll be lethal. She'll be sneaky. Whatever she needs to do.
Oh yes, you have roll me a persuasion check just for
Goodness.
kicks.
Just for kicks and giggles.
Mm-hmm.
Persuasion, you said?
Persuasion, yes, please. Oh yeah, you have no trouble gaining Anders to kind of help you, um, in looking for what you want, spending some time with him. And you also had your your luncheon with the lovely Miss Elfie Miss that we had last time. I believe her name was Phelan Pyrus. So you actually got to see the Pyrus Estates here, the summer estates as they call it. It's this gorgeous half semi two-bedroom apartment, kind of think Studio Ghibli style, with a very open area green room, which is the sitting room where you guys actually have your mid afternoon luncheon. It's this gorgeous two-story flat along the
The,
coast.
then she takes the time to spend that tea time she wanted so much with her.
Aw. She becomes quickly a fast friend of yours. At least she thinks she is. Um, Giving you tips to deal with Anders, and kind of helping you, trying to be like, oh yeah, if you say it this way or you word it that way, I'm sure he'll be eating on the palm of your hand. She does mention again the worry about his advisor, um, and she worries that he's been really close to him ever since his mother had passed.
I see.
She says that his mother passed in such unfortunate circumstances, leaving poor Anders alone with the estate.
Interesting.
She says you'd be hard pressed to find a man who doesn't care for this town as much as anyone, but um, I fear that he puts so much time into building Saltmarsh that it tends to take away from who he is. His mother would hate to see him like this. He needs light in his life.
Well, then maybe a good fire in his heart will do the trick.
I do believe I think we are on the same page. And I think you're just the spark that he needs. He can be good for this town, I swear.
Thalassa has a moment of candidness as she thinks
Hmm.
it over. Uh, actually thinking about the prospect of maybe helping the town, but she's like, what am I thinking?
That moment of like, I could do it good. I could be a good. Nope. I could be a good person. Nah, I can't think like that. I need to go do a crime. But yeah, so essentially the most of the week is spent talking and gathering that information and that intel. Did you want to do anything else with your week?
Well, now that the parson has a house with amnesty, Thalassa's gonna actually like. I think she's gonna like spend a little bit of coin to like buy some storybooks, and she's gonna like take time to read to her.
Oh, she very much enjoys that. You have now
Um,
earned the title Auntie Thalassa.
Right.
all right, you are welcome to do that,
Hmm?
but Serenity is going to put away his work while you're doing that.
Mm-hmm.
He'll, I guess he'll just sort of join in from the other side of the room for the most part.
Okay. So as you do that, Thalassa will be like, "I don't know why you're putting it away. As if I care. You have your business, I have mine.
That is the way it is, yes.
Isn't
It's
that
just
right? Just me and you."
it's
Oh,
just
of course, Auntie
private for
Lassa.
now.
But Serenity has been always so kind to me, and I've been getting better with my work. See, and she goes to show you a couple of the cloths that she's made. Would you say she's up to making simple dresses, Serenity?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so simple dresses, nothing to write home to mom and pop about. But for her level, it's she's really put some thought into it, along with Serenity's teachings for magic as well.
Wow, he's really showed you some skills. How
Plus,
about
she can cast guidance on herself to make her even better.
Oh, well, in that case, then it's a step above normal.
You know,
She wants
Thalassa's
to
will be like,
practice her magic and sew as well.
"Wow, you make some beautiful dresses."
I was thinking maybe if Serenity, if it's okay, maybe I could sell some of these. I can help with paying around the house.
oh, of course. I mean, well, the home is paid for, but these are your projects, your works. Anything you can earn from them is yours to keep.
And she seems rather excited about that.
Labor is
Thalas,
entitled to all it creates.
I just
Oh,
keep
Thala,
shut about the fact that I'm buying all the materials.
yeah.
Thalassa looks at her and says, "You don't have to sell anything if you don't want to. If you like it enough, you just keep it."
Well, I was thinking about making a couple for myself, but there's so many girls that I see down at the docks who have like nothing. And I thought
Oh,
maybe I could get them a dress or two. You know,
Mhm.
I know.
maybe I'll help
I just
you
I just feel
distribute these
myself.
dresses.
Oh, could you? Could I go with you when you do it? I mean, if Serenity, if that's okay.
Don't go too far, Talassa. I I trust you. Just
Oh,
stay
okay.
stay close enough that you can get back here or to the boat
Okay.
quickly if you need to.
Could I bring my pet with me?
Of
Whose
course.
name the DM hates to pronounce?
More felicitous.
I'm
Thalassa
just
rolls
gonna.
her eyes and says, she says, "Yes, father."
I
And then
need to make a will check. I
I'll
need to see if
and
she
she
snickers.
she looks at Amnesty and says, "Let me show you another trick." And then she pulls down her eye and like sticks
Hmm.
out her tongue and says, "Now you got to do this to Serenity.
But is
Just do
like
it." And
like this, and
don't
she like kind of
do
tries to
not.
attempt to do this. Huh?
she's like, "Yes, exactly like that." And then she looks over at Serenity and then does it to Serenity.
Okay, so he's making like that sort of puffed up mad face, but also like red from like embarrassment when you called him dad or father.
Oh,
It's like
okay,
don't
Dad.
don't teach her things like that, please.
Well, somebody's
Um,
got to teach her how to have fun.
that's fine. Just don't teach her to aim it to someone else. That's fine.
And then Thalassa whispers, "Aim it at Serenity."
Okay. And she tries to turn around. She's like this. Like she's like looking at Serenity, going like this. Am I doing it right?
Thalassa claps and says, exactly like that.
Let me look at my spells. Give me a second.
Oh gosh, Lord.
What are my high level spells? You know what? I'm gonna cast Major Image. Feels a 20-foot cube, so as much space within this house as I can. It's just going to be filled with copies of Thalassa making that face at her. Going,
Thalassa,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Thalassa is just absolutely elated that he's joining in.
She giggles.
Thalassa laughs and then tickles her and then like wrestles her a little bit.
Yeah, she immediately just like falls into a fit of giggles and just tries to wrestle back.
Won't be off then. I have more work to complete.
All right, we won't miss you.
Try
She
not
she
to.
merrily skips alongside the just excited, like, oh, we get to go out, we get to do this, we get to do
Hmm.
this. She quickly scuttles to grab a couple of the dresses she had been working on, and had finished.
Which reminds me, I'm going to take some of the black cloth I have. I'm also going to make a nice dress for
Okay,
Amnesty out of it,
alrighty.
within the same motif as the vestments, except just a little bit more cheerful. So just the manta rays and such.
Hmm. Yep. So I'll say that you take the time in the week to prepare and do that. To craft a magical item, as far as I remember, appropriate tools for the item to be crafted, which you have. You'll need the raw materials worth half the item's selling cost. Determine the next work week. Divide it into gold pieces by 5. A character can then complete multiple items. Just trying to see if there's any kind of roles that you need to do. You are proficient with
The
the sewing tools, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
only I've gotten the payments down. The
Okay.
only thing you would need to roll for is the complication, 10% chance of a complication,
Okay.
and 1d6 for depending on what happens. Which
Okay.
is funny. In one of the other games I'm running,
Mhm.
DM wasn't familiar with the rules, so they just rolled it like 7 times
Oh gosh.
and gave me like 3 complications.
Oh god.
Um, one
It's
of which
just
was
one
rumors.
complication,
Yeah,
right?
one of which was it's
The
10%
rumors
chance
that
for a
swill.
complication. But I got rumors, and it was just funny because I was making stuff to sell it.
Mhm.
One of the complications was a wealthy buyer wants my product and won't take no for an answer and offers an exorbitant price. I'm like, hell yeah, that's a great complication.
Yeah, that's a complication. How? I mean, you don't get the item, but the person does.
Hmm.
Perfect. Oh, that's goodness. Sorry, my friend's kid just got cleared for no COVID.
Good.
So do I have to roll just one for the complication then? One d6 or
It's a 1d10 to
a
see if
one
what
d10?
complication happens.
Okay, 1d10. Whoop.
Mhm.
Think you're good.
Most excellent.
Perfect. All right. I think that's everyone uh for their downtime. Is that correct?
I
Pretty
think
much.
so.
Pretty
Except for
much.
Krun, I think.
Crun,
Well,
I
I mean,
believe.
yeah, Kren was dedicating most of his time to doing.
Oh, we missed Water
He's
Poor
not in the party
Watero.
anymore.
Poor Watero. Our dear
Oh,
friend Watero.
he's a good boy.
Such a good lad.
If only it had stuck around.
Yeah.
Well, the party size was getting a little too big at that point, which I may bring him back to play with us again. Um
Huh.
it depends on what we're doing with Talia. Like I said, I think after this downtime, I'm gonna put up the schedule again. Because I really do miss having Talia in our party.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
She
Philosopher and Talia were awesome together.
they were like BFF. And I really don't want her to feel like, we're just ignoring her and continuing on. So I want to give her a chance to see what days are going to be better for her schedule and what we can work around. So if that means that, some nights we're going to have to go over a little bit, we're going to, for the people that can't stay, know that it's okay. You don't have to stay. We won't, if it's something big or dramatic, I'll keep it for next session so that everyone can get a piece in. It's just hard when people, you've got some people that are leaving later in the night and some people that, join later.
Yeah.
So we'll work on it together. Come up with a comprehensive schedule that works for everybody. It's the pleasures of D&D. But
Question about
yes.
Zaur, you do show up at the Parsons house?
Oh yes, I was waiting for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a couple people waiting on that. Parson, should we just say that everyone retreats back to your place on the last day before the festival?
After after I
Or
finished my
simplicity
thing, I
sake?
go to the bar and I'm like, where the fuck is everyone?
Oh yeah, okay. We'll have everyone meet at the bar then.
I mean, the big invitation happens at the start of this week, so
Right.
which is why Thalos is coming back
Gotcha.
with the books and such. But anyone who's showing up is free to engage. Yeji's the only one who didn't get an invite because I couldn't find her.
Yeah.
Well, message would have reached her anyway.
Yeah, but you have to target them.
Oh, good point.
It's not
Would
Sunday.
you? Would the message have gotten to Krun?
If you were,
Because I think he just kind of like fucked off on his own to go to the
He did.
religious services.
He really did go fuck off to his own.
then no, I wouldn't have been able to find you.
So Krun and Yidri did not get the message to head back to Parsons' house.
Zaur and Viseria.
Oh,
Yeah.
Zaur,
Although the intention was you
Yes.
guys shouldn't be showing up immediately. You can tell each other.
did you head over to Parsons' location for the first
Yeah.
half of your fuckery?
Yes.
Okay.
As soon as I see you coming back, like, did you find a nice coat?
Zaur just kind of
Oh, yeah,
smiles and
you
sees.
would have been high off of as a kite getting your ship.
Oh yeah, he looks very, very ecstatic. I got more than a ship. I got a boat.
A ship boat? But I thought you said you were going coat shopping.
No, I said boat shopping.
I heard coat very distinctly.
That might be
I'm
the difference between
surprised.
my magic and yours.
Congratulations. I suppose we have 2 rowboats now?
Oh, it's a sailing boat.
Kind of deadpan that. Hand
Zaur
drops.
doesn't know that anything bad's gonna happen to this boat. I'm so like, no. Beautiful baby boy.
Don't tell him.
Don't. I'm gonna tell him.
I don't know anything about it, but yeah,
Oh.
just a deadpan sort of.
You hear Thalassa laughing inside the house.
Congratulations. It's wonderful.
Oh, they would have been making tarts at this point in the timeline.
Why don't you come in? There's food and
I made
lots
tarts.
of ale. I go in and I fucking start drinking.
Oh, did you have jelly still on your nose too?
Yes.
Yes.
Zaur walks in. He's basically striding in. Have y'all seen the epic rap battle of Donald Trump versus Joe Biden? When
I
he's
didn't
talking about
watch that.
there's the part where he's talking about walking out of DC still looking peachy, where he has that really cocky walk. That's what Zaur's doing.
Oh god.
He's strutting.
She just
Basically.
Amnesty just looks at the Lhasa like, what?
Yedri arrives. I burnt down a boat. No, I'm joking.
That's
Zaur?
later. Yidri, that's later.
Flash cut to Zaur's head on Homer Simpson and Yeedri's on Bart as he's trying to strangle Yeedri.
Amnesty, this is Zaur.
Hi, I'm
Zaur, this
Amnesty.
is Amnesty.
Ah. You did not tell me you had a child.
I do have a child here.
It's a pleasure to meet you, dear.
A little creepy, to be honest, but I think she's cute.
I'm not
Okay.
creepy, am I?
No, not you. Of course, not you.
No, she's referring
Just,
to me. You
just
know.
Serenity.
Oh, well, he's always just been Serenity.
So creepy, yes.
Well, I haven't always been creepy, Thalassa. Just when it's important.
It's
Speaking
okay.
of
You make it work.
which,
I
make
do
it work.
try.
So again, this
Speaking
would be the.
of, if any of you are looking forward to new events of that, I think I've given up on most of you.
I like that you
Needless
just
to
announced
say,
that. Like, I've just given up on all of you.
yeah, I
Okay.
don't think most of you are receptive enough.
Thalassa just glares at him with her flower-filled face and the pastry jelly nose.
To me being creepy, I mean.
She,
It's a, it,
Parson, you get a knock at your door, rather loudly, and
hey guys,
it makes Amnesty jump.
I think I know who that will be. I'll open the door. Kron, Viseria! Come in.
And she just kind of just shoves the door open and steps in, and she has to duck the doorway.
Thalassa holds Amnesty and says, "Now this is my best friend right here." Keep
She just
walking it.
goes, "She's really big.
Yeah, and she's super cool.
Is she a
Viseria?
lizard folk?"
No,
This
she's
is
cooler.
Amnesty. Pay
There's-
attention.
Oh, yes, of course.
This is Viseria, the mug chucker.
I've heard about her. I mean,
Wait,
from
give me a
people.
second. I'm just gonna go walk over and
Mhm.
put the mugs somewhere else.
She just kind of stares at the parson, and she says, "You know, I carry my own that I throw, right?"
Indeed,
Syria,
I've brought
not
my
the.
own.
that's Syria. It's good to see you. And Zauer pulls out his deed to the ship and just slams on the table. I bought a ship.
She just looks.
Bought a
Wait,
ship.
you bought a ship with the amount of coin that we had together.
She looks sour up and
Zauer
down.
kind of shakes his hand and goes, more
H-
like, more like I
How
swindled him out of it.
how
My
did
She
coin.
believes
you,
him.
someone as abrasive as you, someone as socially inept as you,
Okay, at
figure
this
this out?
point,
Socially.
Zauer's mood just kind of sours for a second. He stares at Lhasa. You didn't have to go that
Sour,
far.
sour.
That rhymes. Sour, sour.
Well, he's
sour.
been a sourpuss this whole time.
Damn it.
Ship. Wait, no. That's sorry. That reminds me. Just no. Carry on. Carry on. I'm gonna just go over to my workspace. I do still have some scrolls and maps lying out. I'm just gonna tuck those away as well.
Don't let Sour see us.
Yeah.
I might use him as a
Sour.
bargaining chip.
Thalassa starts chanting sour, sour with Amnesty.
He's our man.
Zauer,
If he
make
can't
sure,
do it, no one can.
You're right.
make a mental note, DM. If
Yes.
Zauer sees Thalassa go to bite into or drink anything, he's gonna do prestidigitation and make it as sour as possibly can be.
Okay.
Well, that happens, and she's gonna be like,
Well, they're pretty much ribbing and heckling Zauer. She takes the deed off of the table and looks it over.
You see that it was the deed was in the name of a Sylvan Lord, an Elven Lord, and it looks as though it was given as a gift to his daughter, for a trading vessel. And there's also a parchment along with the deed that indicates its merchant status.
She
To
points at
one.
the names on it. I think we should pay these people a visit. 'Cause
Possibly.
it says here, it was given to somebody else as a gift. So how'd you get it?
Let's just say the person bought it, and I swindled it off of him in a gamble.
She just kind of looks at Zauer and just kind of grins and says, "That sounds like something you and Thalassa would do." And she sets it back down the table.
Oh,
Thal-
Thalassa! And he grabs the sack of coins from her and throws it at her. There's your money,
Thalassa,
darling.
Thalassa looks so bewildered. She's like, "Are you serious right now? You didn't even use my coin? How the hell, Zawa? You I don't even know what they think.
She glances over
You're
at
You are just.
Thalassa.
you're
She glances
you're
over at
impressed.
Thalassa and
I,
says, "I think he's learning from you."
I'm either impressed or
It's
dumbfounded that you
true.
have such dumb luck.
Zara,
You
I
of
for
all
one
people.
am impressed, but just be careful. I've told you all how little I trust the people in Saltmarsh. You're not
You
going to
know,
make friends doing things like that.
she
Thalassa
glances over.
covers.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thalassa covers Amnesty's ears and says, "Why don't we just forge papers for it? No problem. Make it look different."
I
I've already
can.
I've already got the crew taking the name off of it, and we're changing the name.
If you want some papers, I can do that for you. But
She
the
glances
ship has
over at.
history here already. The
She
papers
glances.
won't be as much use here as they would in anywhere else.
She looks over at Parson and says, "I doubt we're going to be staying here long. After we're done with the lizard folk, I think we're all planning to leave
That's good.
because I am not remaining, even if you all do, because I'm heading further south, further inland."
Buyer's remorse. Buyer's remorse.
She just shrugs and says, "I want to head over to Luskin or Waterdeep. Probably plenty of work for sorts like us in Luskin, I think. I've heard that they've got quite the clientele that would be fitting for the Losses kind of crowd."
Waterdeep as well.
Did you just assume my kind of crowd? This.
She just looks at Thalassa and shrugs.
Thalassa winks and smiles. You got me.
I think you can take your hands off of her ears now.
Oh, you're
She
right.
just kind of like looks confused, like,
Thalassa instead uses her hands to squeeze her cheeks.
"Aw."
Zour is looking very happy in his coat and just sitting on a chair, comfortably.
So,
I'll nibble on a probably burnt
with our
pan
lovely
tart.
party enjoying their feast, I'm going to fast forward our timeline so that it is now
Except Ron.
Thursday night. Except for, well, Krun, you're doing your religious services, right?
And Sarah just looks
Yeah.
around and she's like, "Where's Idri and where's Brun?
I couldn't find them.
I could try to find them for you." She just grins with the big toothy grin.
Don't do that.
So, I will say this, you guys do know that the last place you guys were hanging out was the snapping line. And that's where I'm going to say that our party will reconvene at the snapping line. It is now Thursday night. You are all, for the most part, if you unless you have a reason to not be in the snapping line, would be in the snapping line for Thursday evening after all of your downtime has been completed. Parson, I left that
Ron's
last
doing
part.
that meditation thing.
Oh, you're doing that meditation thing. Okay. So
Yeah.
except for who would be at the snapping line on a Thursday night after
If
you were
I'm
done with your downtime?
if I'm done with my downtime, I'd
Mm-hmm.
go out and hang with them.
Okay.
If
If
I'm
Snapping
if
line,
I'm
probably
done
trying
with
to rattle up doors.
yeah, if I'm done with my downtime, that's where I would be.
you
Okay.
mean setting fire to my new ship,
Hey, you don't know that.
You don't know that yet. You don't know
Uh,
that yet. In character, you
If you're
have no idea.
expecting Yedri to regret it, she's not gonna.
so
The fire
it's supposed to be
brigade
like
goes
a
by. Zaur's just like, "Phew,
Guys,
fools. They don't own a ship.
one more time, Thalassa.
It's supposed to be. This is a festival, yes.
This is the night before the festival. The festival starts on Friday, so this is
And
Thursday night.
is Amnesty going as well?
To the festival, she is hoping to.
Yes.
Oh, she's definitely
Well,
going.
Oh, she's definitely going. Yes,
then
then
I'm sure
in that
she's
case,
actually
Thalassa
worked.
will.
Oh, go ahead.
She will work. She will work with her to make a. What do you call it? A dress to match her dress for that day.
She's worked really hard on her dress and trying to, do her best to show off her skills.
No, that's
Thalassa
what
will.
I'm doing.
Hmm?
Thalassa will stay up late to help.
And she'll also try and, when you're not working with her, she'll work with Serenity because she
And
still
all the
has
while,
lessons with Parsons as well.
and when Amnesty is free, Vizier is gonna start teaching her how to throw things
God, this
accurately.
poor girl. She kind of looks at Serenity like, "Can I? Can I?" Guys are gonna teach this girl all the bad habits.
And
Do it
this is how
outside.
you make a forgery.
Do it
Do I put?
outside. Throw it across the river. If you can't get it across the river, it's gone, and you're out, and you're done.
Okay. And she hands you hands Viseria whatever she's trying to throw. Throw it across the river.
She just takes it and just yucks it.
Eee! She just like wee and cheers and stuff like that.
River's
Um.
about 200 feet across at its thinnest. Well, from where the house is.
Mhm.
Right behind it, that
Mhm.
looks about 150, 200 feet.
She's yucking it. You didn't
Yeah.
say she had to yuck it across the deepest part, so she's just yucking it this way.
Alright,
It's
fair
true.
enough. It's still about 100 feet.
Yep.
So I will say let's fast forward it to Thursday night. Yidri, I think you're the only one in the bar right now. Zower, Thalassa, Parson. Where are you guys heading Thursday night? End of your
Thursday
end of
night.
your downtime.
Thursday night, I'll hang it at the bar if I've
Okay.
gotten my things done.
Zauer's
Alright.
at the bar drinking water, but making it taste like fine wine because he's
Okay.
cheap like that.
Because he's cheap. Like, well, he doesn't have any gold left.
I'm
He
gonna.
has. He gave her the platinum, not all his money.
Uh,
He has like silver and copper left.
okay.
I'm gonna mark off a gold for my meals, etc., for the week of downtime.
Okay. So as Zower, as you're eating here, about as the sun starts to set, you hear a loud explosion coming from the docks, and alarm bells starting to go off. After some time, the guards rush in, not to the snapping line, but you see a couple of the sailors, checking the windows and flooding over towards the front of the bar and tavern to see what's going on. Through the chaos, Yidri slips in and seems to be looking as though they've been there the entire time.
When the explosion goes off, Wasira was at the bar drinking, and she
Mm-hmm.
just gets up. She's got her halberd in her hands, and she is just bolting out the door.
So what
Zauer,
you go
Zauer's
ahead?
gonna follow along, but not as like angry,
Okay.
ready
No,
for a
that
fight. Like
comes later.
he just wants to see what's going on.
Krun, you hear some noise at the temple calling for a ship that has caught on fire, closer to the docks, close to the snapping line where you know your friends have stayed.
Hello.
Krun?
Oh.
We lost the crown again.
Oh
Crone is muted.
no! Krunbean!
Kron, you are muted.
Oh dearest of Krun friends.
We have cast silence upon you.
They have. I will send. Oh, are you there, dear Krun friend?
Here I am here in
You are
voice.
here. You are here in voice. So you heard a loud explosion going off towards the docks. The temple seems to be one of the bells that are helping to ring and alert the city. And the rumor that you've heard is that a ship has been set aflame down by the docks, down by the snapping line where your friends were last seen hanging out.
Oh no, Robot Krun.
Robot Krun returns.
He's come from the future. He needs our boots, our clothes, and our motorcycle.
Krun, try and leave the Discord and then rejoin it. See if that helps.
Is my voice better?
A little bit.
Oh, okay. So explosion goes off. This is what, Thursday
Thursday
evening?
night. Thursday evening, yes.
I guess Krun's meditation is interrupted. He just like deeply sighs. He recognizes the church bell. He just deeply sighs and like a child that doesn't want to like go do the thing that he's supposed head way to the docks.
Uh-huh. So you do find that your passageway is kind of coming down, because a lot of the guards are pouring out through the streets and just kind of some are even abandoning their posts and their stations, and they're hurrying off through the streets, going, "Did you hear? Did you hear? Yeah, no, I heard a ship went down. Oh man, I hope it's not one of ours. Oh man, we gotta hurry. Come on, we've been trained for this."
Hope I didn't pay 200,000 fucking gold for it.
Hmm?
No, no. Just
Oh,
making fun of Zara losing money.
oh yeah. So again, the guards rush through the streets. I'm assuming you're following them.
The theory is we're basically booking it towards the docks. She's not
Sour's
Okay.
gonna
following.
go.
Well,
Or,
you're right across the street from where it happened, so it
Yeah,
happened essentially right in through here.
yeah. This area would be about here then.
Sour's not gonna be far behind her because he's curious to know what happened.
Which ship blew up.
Lhasa was probably spending time with Amnesty at that time, so she's probably going to be a little delayed.
Yeah.
Right. I'm invisible, by the way. Anytime I'm outside of the house.
Okay. I'll wait for Kren to get back.
So if this is that day, then I cast one of those, and I used one of those.
Hmm.
There we go. I'm just making sure that my spells are proper for the situation.
You got it. All right. So those of you guys that are by the dock, you essentially just see the utter chaos of the ship that is inflamed. It's a shipping vessel. You can see that it is kind of pushed out to sea a little, so where it's in no danger of the city, but you can hear the screams and cries of what you assume are people aboard that vessel. There are tugboats that are slowly trying to make their way towards the vessel with casters aboard, trying to help to mitigate the flames. But it looks as though the ship is essentially engulfed in flames. It is starting to slowly sink down below.
Sarah recognized the boat because she was working on the docks like all week.
You would recognize that boat. That's the fairy fire.
Zaur would immediately recognize this boat, wouldn't
You would
he?
immediately recognize that
No,
boat,
no, no, you
Sour.
wouldn't. It doesn't have the name Fairy Fire on it anymore. It's a totally different boat.
He so he walks very like slowly
I can
to
imagine
the
you
edge of the
counting the
docks.
docks. Like, not this dock, not like, please don't let it be this boat. Please don't let it be this boat.
He walks very slowly to the edge of the dock before falling to his knees, putting his hands up and just going, "They blew it up! You fools! You blew it up!" Just like, if you catch the reference, $5 to you.
Yeah, it's Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
And just going through the full motion of that pretty much is the no.
Like, no, no, you fools.
While he's distracted, can I steal 5 gold from him?
Make a sleight of
And
hand?
Sarah was looking back and forth along the dock. She's seeing if the Parsons rowboat is docked anywhere.
I believe Parson, your boat was up closer towards the main hall, like up this way.
3. No, I keep it down here where the town hall is.
Oh, yeah, no. I thought the town hall was over here.
Sarah just
Oh.
seen taking off down east along the dock.
I usually keep it around this.
Yeah, this one. Okay, this is what I was thinking. Yeah, your boat is over here then. So no, it's in no way damaged or in any way. It was far enough out to see. It was like I said, some of the merchant shops over here may have gotten a little blowback, but not too much.
Sarah is seen rushing to the end of the docks, like around where she's currently standing. And
Hmm.
she's actually going to jump into a rowboat that's not manned, and she's immediately going to start, regardless if her party follows along or not, she's going to start rowing towards the burning ship.
A couple of people call out, "No, no, don't go near it. It's going to explode. Leave it to the casters. There's no hope to it. Oh, go back, go back." The ship looks like it's about ready to implode.
Double
Like,
kill.
Sarah's going to
no,
keep
please don't kill
at a
players.
distance, and she's just going, and she's got big lungs, right?
Hmm.
So what she's going to do is
She's
she's
not
going
big
to
everything.
stand up
She's like 6 feet
after.
tall.
Let's see if can you show where on the map the boat is and where it's like it's that far out? Okay,
Hmm.
she's gonna stop about let's say she's gonna keep about 50 feet away from it,
Hmm.
and then she's gonna bring her hands up to her mouth, and then she is just gonna holler as loud as she can to for anyone on board to just jump off the boat and she'll get them out of the water.
No one replies back. The ship continues to crackle and flame, and
Kill-tacular.
you continue to hear the screams of people inside the boat. They seem to be trapped.
Oof.
Oh, there are people in here.
Yes.
I was
He's
just thinking of watching.
and Viseria, I have to make I have to make a wisdom saving throw for Viseria.
Mm-hmm. And the ship is drowning. It's essentially there's at this point the screams are slowly starting to die out. Um, the ship is engulfed in flames to where even the casters are pulling the rowboats back, saying it's a lost cause.
Can Thalassa hear it from where she's at?
Oh yeah, you can hear. You've definitely heard all the commotion. Like at one point, while you guys were finishing up the sewing, the last little bit of it,
Even the
Amnesty
screaming?
kind. Yeah.
Viseria,
Oh yeah, you can definitely hear the screaming. The screaming
when
is.
Viseria still
Oh
hears
no,
the
no. From
screaming,
there, no. The screamings have died down, but you've heard it at the beginning part in the cries of the town.
Okay.
Viseria would be only the closest one to hear the last little dying bits of the scream, which actually kind of meld with. I don't know if you've ever heard like fire when it crackles and it does that high pitched whistle noise.
Yeah, the wet wood.
Mm-hmm. So it gives off that like hissing whistle of a noise, but it's mixed in with the screams, and they start to die out. And the ship then starts to slowly plummet, giving one last billow of smoke, and then an explosion.
stares at it, and then once the explosion happens, she's just going to keep rolling towards where it was.
The casters kind of build a wall. They've kind of built like a shield, like almost like a mage armor shield almost. To kind of keep the blast from really going after the town. And you notice that there's several other rowboats around you this area that are mostly of casters. That are trying to contain this explosion. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen a boat explode.
I have seen a boat explode. If it's anything like what happens on COCs, yes, I've seen a boat explode.
I'm expecting Viseri to just turn around for the rowboat and like whip on some sunglasses, all CSI style. Um, Let me
He
try and
is
see if I can find the video. But there's
he is fearless at the moment.
Outlander ship
Like the
explosion.
Lusitania?
So I've posted a meme in the Discord in regards to Yeju right now. Don't worry, guys, I figured it out.
It's the Lusitania all over again.
Thank you kindly.
There was this perfect scene from the Outlander where they go to France and they're literally on the ship's dock when they see the ship explode. And I was trying to find it, but anyways, it's a big ship, so it's taking the caster's might just to you know keep the debris and everything away from the town, so that even though you're close and up close with those vessel, with the other rowboats, this area, you can see the casters are struggling to contain this explosion as if they have some kind of accelerant on that ship that caused it to implode.
She's pretty much going to stay just behind the casters, and she's just going to
Mhm.
watch. She is not going to leave that spot unless somebody tries to drag her away. So she's about right here then.
A couple of the guards start coming out at this point, and they kind of be like, "All civilians back! If you are not with the military." And at this point, it's a Lendier that's on the main boat. He's like, "If you are not with the military, I don't care who you are, get your ass back to land now!" And he's shouting out orders and just issuing, because there's a lot of people gathered because they were there for the festival. Um, and you see a couple casters that are still struggling to keep the shields up. One caster's actually fallen to their knees, almost exhausted, with the weight and struggle of keeping a spell like that concentrated. Meanwhile, the guard are coming in on smaller boats to contain the explosion, and make sure that their shores are safe.
This
This
area
goes on.
mostly has her eyes on the waters itself.
Hmm.
She's keeping an eye out to see if anybody falls off of their boats or whatever. If they
So
do, she's gonna pull them onto the rowboat she's on.
by
Okay.
now, would I have finished my conversation and made my way back around?
Oh yeah,
Okay, I'll be like,
wholeheartedly.
well, shit. Should have brought marshmallows.
I love you. But oh damn. And
It-
I would also say Thalas at this point, if you wanted to like set things down with Amnesty, she's actually intrigued as to why the city is in uproar and in panic. Visaria, as far as what you can see, there isn't anyone coming out of the water.
Well, in response to what Yuju just said about marshmallows, Thalassa liked that. Uh,
Yes.
but also, Thalassa's gonna try to be like, uh, she's gonna try to take Amnesty back into the house and then try to explain that accidents happen.
Oh, she wouldn't be outside of the house at this night. If
Oh,
we're
okay.
before the festival, she wouldn't be here.
Yeah, no, then she would just be curious as to what's going on, saying like, "Hey, what's going on? What seems to be going outside? I can't go outside. Serenity doesn't want me outside this late."
No, she's allowed outside, but it's just she wouldn't have any reason to be.
Right, but what I'm
And
saying is,
wouldn't have
here's the
invited you to
thing,
the bar.
Jan.
Yeah.
The explosion, it's going to cause chaos and panic, and the city's going to be in an uproar that, hey, a ship went down, what's going on? It's going to be enough to be for anyone to be like, I heard a noise, what is this? I would like to go investigate. That's what we're doing.
Oh, okay.
Not like she went to the bar to go hang out with Thalassa. No, she and Thalassa were at the house making the dress. They heard the explosion, and
Oh, okay. I
Amnesty
thought
was like,
Thalassa was at the bar with us.
no,
No, no, no.
All right, my bad.
it's okay. That's okay. That's why I explained.
But yeah, so she would probably be out there like Thalassa would, because
Yeah.
Thalassa would be like, "What the hell's going on?"
Yeah, and she'd
And
follow
then
Thalassa out and then see the exploding ship and be like, I don't think it's supposed to do that. And like trying to comprehend what she's seeing, but not really. Like, wow, it's
Thalassa
so
grabs her
big and pretty.
Dulce grabs her by the hand and says, "We should probably go inside, just in case."
Oh, okay.
So it looks like a ship blew up, and accidents happen.
Uh-huh. But
The-
ships normally don't blow up. Is it an attack? Serenity
I,
said if there's attacks, I gotta be careful.
if it is, I'm here, and I'll protect you.
Okay, I'm a little scared.
Well, don't be scared. I'm
She
here.
kind of like holds on to the pet that she has, and she's like, I kind of just hope Serenity's okay. And he's out there by himself, and I'm a little worried.
Well, I promised him I'd make sure you're okay. And so
Okay.
Thalassa will take her to her bed,
Oh.
and she'll
Hmm.
lay down like with her, and then she'll like pick up a book and read it to her.
Okay. And then while she's under there, she kind of like pulls the covers up like real close up to her, but listens to the stories to try and distract her mind.
Right.
You guys are hitting me with the feels tonight. Ugh.
Well,
So,
Thalassa has reasons for the way she feels.
mm.
So,
So back on the docks,
You're
Yudri,
gonna love
why
my
is
diary.
why is Zaur praying to the water? Like,
dude, are you okay?
are you all right, man?
Is Yidri right there asking that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zowers just looks out of the boat, goes, "My boat, I lost it."
Shit, why'd you
Zoom
buy a
friend
boat?
I actually laugh out a little bit there.
Zowar just turns. It's a good thing to have a boat.
For it's very expensive to have a boat. How much did you pay for it?
Laughs in DM.
Don't worry about how much I paid for it.
Well, just
I'll
say.
walk over, put a hand on Zaur's shoulder.
When Viseria climbs back onto the docks and then
Bad
she
luck.
out, she just kind of
Bad luck.
she kind of just punches her fist into a stone wall, then just stomps off.
As you do this area, I'm sure you probably bump into Krun or see Krun along the way. Krun, I assume that you've at least at this point made it to the docks. You've heard the commotion. Most of the guard are trying to round up the debris, but the ship has now pretty much started sinking towards the ground, to the bottom of the ocean
So
floor.
If she bumps
I,
into Kron, she's going to keep on going. She's not even going to stop to look at him
Oh,
or say
okay.
anything.
Let Krun have a turn to just to speak. That's all.
well, no, I mean, given that, like,
Hmm.
I think that he's probably just gonna like be confused but let it go.
Okay.
Let it go.
Um,
Let it go.
and he gets to the group as he's like still watching the ship, like it did like the last remnants of the ship sinking beneath He like looks around at them, like sees everyone physically okay. He's like, "Hey, what poor asshole's ship got destroyed? Because like I was
The
doing my own
second he
thing."
says "poor asshole," Zour stands up and puts both his thumbs together and his palms outstretched to Crud and goes, and you see magic starting to flare in his hands. I'm sorry, what?
Hey, 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 no attacking party members, man. Like, this is the Edrian character. And she kind of shuffles in between Zour and Krun.
I lost my boat.
There's no way he could have known it was you, man. It was your
Well,
boat.
it's right there.
It's right there. Oh my
So, Krun, it
It's
was
right there.
Zour's boat. He's very unhappy about it.
Ah,
One could
We're
say
all
he's
very,
salty.
very torn up over this loss. I'm not looking at Zour, so we can't see me face, but I'm kind of smiling a little.
But yeah, we're just really, really torn up. And I'm looking at Krun away from Zour, and it's just. It's like that trying not to laugh face.
One could say we're pretty salty about it.
Really, if I knew
see what
anything
you
more than enchantments and illusions, I would have done something to put out the fires at least.
I mean, I can't even do that.
I didn't even get to take her out on a maiden voyage.
She's already been out on the water. I'm confused.
The maiden voyage under him.
Under the new name.
under the new management. It's bad luck to rename a ship. This is why this happened to you.
Oh, we're renaming it. That is bad luck.
Yeah, aren't you supposed to, like, keep at least one aspect of the previous name?
Traditionally, yes.
Oh.
Well, I guess you did keep the fairy fire alight.
Zour just kind of goes back to kneeling, looks at the water from the edge of the dock before dipping his face in the water, looking like he's going to try to drown himself.
Why do I feel like Thalassa would just be like, stop being so melodramatic?
Tell you what, if it makes you feel better, I'm still invisible. No, sorry, I've dropped invisibility.
Mhm.
If it makes you feel better, I can go down and search the remains for you. See if there was anything in particular you
I didn't even
needed.
get to put anything on the ship.
Oh, then.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know what? I'll just be back. I'm just gonna hop into the water
I
and
wait.
use my smooth new ability to breathe underwater and swim super fast to go down and search the wreckage. How many bodies are in there?
Well, first off, a couple of things. You don't get to the ship because Alendir and his people are still surrounding the debris, and
No, I'm going right under the water.
one of the casters calls out, "Hey, boss! We got one trying to go under the water. You want me to get him?"
It's the evening. Would
See
it be?
him in
And
the
he's wearing like a dark,
Oh, you're
like a
right.
dark priest
I forgot.
garb.
I'm thinking it's daytime. I'm sorry. I'm like on
Yeah.
3 different levels of time frames because downtime for 5 different people. No, you're right. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check at advantage, just to be on the safe side, because they are trying to keep out anyone that's going to be
I got
coming
a
close
10.
towards them. I'll say you still make it. So the ship is very much damaged. It's hot. The water's hot. It's uncomfortable. You see that essentially the ship is just torn to pieces. It's imploded. The front doors looked as though they're still intact. However, the glass is shattered. You see these very large oak doors that look to somewhat resemble a tree. Um, Although it's pretty much all. If with your hood, you can't see in the dark though, can you?
I can. I have an Eldritch Invocation.
Okay. So you
You have
can
the
see in the dark.
I believe he's got the one that lets him see for, like, what is it, 120 feet, as if it's just regular light.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see as opposed to people who have dark vision seeing through darkness in dim light. I can just see through all of it perfectly.
Okay. So the ship is pretty much yeah, then you would see the oak front doors. They were looks as though they are still locked. But the implosion has warped the doors a bit. And the rest of the ship the explosion seems to have happened closer to the hull of it.
I will just try to make my way through, and I want to count the bodies that I can find, and just kind of actually ignoring Zara's whole situation. I'm going to just be searching and pulling up the bodies so that they can be laid to rest properly.
Let me see how many actually get away from the debris. For the most part, you're not seeing a whole lot. You're really not.
I heard the screams though.
Yep.
All right.
I will say, you find about, um, 2 or 3.
Hmm.
Not nearly as much as would have been shifted for a full.
All right. I'll anything I can, any of them I'll pull out, and I don't care what the harbor guards are doing. I'm just gonna hop up through the water with the bodies and
They just
kind of
start helping you carry up
yeah.
carry up the bodies essentially. But Elendir kind of gives you a stern look, like I said, no civilian. So the first time you surface, he looks like he's about ready to give you a hard time, but he sees that you have a body in your hand, and he's like, "Well, if it was one person that I would trust with this kind of business, it would be you. But please do not encourage others to go filtering our waters. It's too dark and too deep, and I'm too afraid of foolish people looking to plunder whatever this vessel had."
He's talking to himself. As soon as I got a body up, I went down
Oh,
for the next.
that's fine. He realized that he was doing his. God damn it. He's like, fucking adventurers. He's like, just keep, and
Well,
he's
I ain't no
ushering.
adventure. At least I wouldn't identify like it. I don't care what
Mm,
he thinks.
that's fine. That's all he knows you as. Um, and the local priest or whatever for dead bodies. So he's
I
just like,
mean,
well, that's why he said, well, if anyone was gonna do it, it'd be fucking
I mean,
you.
however long I've been in the campaign, that's how long I've been a quote unquote adventurer.
Hmm.
I've been living here for you, not being one.
Yep. That's why, like I said, he's very much like, well, if it had to be somebody, he was glad it was you.
Hmm.
But he is issuing his guards to patrol along the coastline so that nobody else jumps in and tries to think, oh, hey, wreckage, I can go steal things. He's like, I
Speaking
did
of,
not
do
need
I find
this.
anything valuable?
No, the ship is barren. And in fact, the ship looks as though it's been picked clean. From the debris. Are you looking? Where are you looking on the ship? So
Oh,
I'm
I'm
gonna
not
use.
searching for magic. I'm just or anything valuable. I'm just wondering if I see anything on the way.
Well, that's the thing. Is so I'm gonna use this as a description.
Hmm.
And put you guys back on the map here. Sorry.
I'm searching through every room for every body I can find.
Okay. Here's the thing. So, there's 2 doors here. These doors are locked. Absolutely will not budge even with the pressure of the water. It's not budging. Nothing. Nothing. The entire ship, except for this one door, is completely empty. There's no bodies.
All right.
The sides here and here have ruptured, but still have retained their shape. So it's kind of made like a bubble, like it's warped it. You can kind
hmm.
of see in between the planks. If you were to come up to these areas here.
I'm gonna cast message in the direction of every room starting there.
Okay.
Ask because I don't have to specify a a specific target. I just point towards a creature within range. So I'm
Okay.
just
Then
gonna
then your
do that.
message spell should
Try to
have.
find survivors.
What's your range?
It goes 120 feet.
Then your message would have reached Krun and Yidri.
No, I didn't know where they were, but
Right.
it
But you
wasn't.
don't have to target a single creature. It just goes within range, right?
I still have to point in their direction.
Which is 120 feet, right?
He
Yeah,
would
but
have to know where they were, but he
yeah,
didn't know where they were.
he'd have to know
Yeah,
what
So
direction they were from him to point and send the
so
message.
that would also be the same applied here in this situation. He would have to know where
yeah,
they
I'm
were.
pointing into the rooms, pointing,
But
and
you'd have
sending
to know which
messages.
direction they were in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he knows which
I'm doing.
direction
I'm
the
just
rooms are
pointing in
from
every
him.
direction in the boat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I had to have that part explained. Sorry. My
That's
apologies.
all right.
Wording is wording.
And I know that tonally I sound frustrated all the time.
Oh, no, no, no.
That's just the way I
That's just
talk.
your voice. I'm used to that. You should know that by now.
I know, but
Come on.
I worry. I know that the
No,
others
you're
are
fine.
less used to it. They're like, why is he always bullying Ragnar?
No,
I, I like you being an asshole.
Stop
I'm not
yelling
an
at me.
asshole. I'm super nice. I just
He
don't
really
talk like it.
is.
Not gonna lie, the only two things I ever imagine when you talk parson is either Squidward or a vampire.
Go with the vampire.
Let's go
Vampire
with
Squidward, got it.
vampire Squidward.
I mean, there's
You,
a vampire squid.
yeah, you get nothing. You get absolutely nothing.
I could thrive so many spells, so many cantrips, nothing useful for this.
Well, this is a very unusual situation.
Yeah,
Because
and
only
I don't
one
have
person knows
any
what happened.
transmutative or evocational spells that aren't healing. So there's nothing I can't really affect the physical world.
Mm-hmm.
But if I can't get a message back from anyone, they're either unconscious or dead or not in there at all. All right, I'll leave.
Okay.
I'll go back and find the others. Hop up out of the water where Zaur is and kind of whistle over to the guards. Let them know this is where I am.
Mm-hmm.
In case they want to roll over and ask questions or something.
They, for the most part, no. Most of the townsfolk have, kind of they're more focused on keeping the townspeople away. Lendir does send somebody to talk to you and just kind of give a statement of what you saw down there.
It's a wreck. Couldn't find any evidence of survivors. It's
Outside the,
possible, very unlikely, that there might be some unconscious, knocked out by the blast, but I wasn't able to reach them if there are any. I don't
if there
have any
are
faith that
any,
there are.
you would have known that the glass panes where the front door was, that big bulky door, was letting in water. So at this point, they're dead.
No, sure. I mean, there's
Anyone,
always air pockets, just in case.
so the front doors are like oaken doors that had it was like it looked like a great tree, but in the space between where the branches were, there was glass. It looked like there was space for glass, but there was actually not, and water
Yeah.
filled in.
No, I just mean all the wood on a ship is watertight,
Hmm.
so there's generally going to be air pockets somewhere, unless
I think
all
I
of
think
the wood gets so warped.
Yeah, but
right.
I don't think they were gonna be able to get to those air pockets.
It's just a hypothetical, and he mentions that.
Yeah, and that's fine. He just says, we can hope. But it'll take a day to get a full crew down here. And by that time, they'll be gone. He kind of just shakes his head and walks away, and he's
Yes, just let what is it, Galen?
like,
Is he the
Alendir.
one around
No,
here?
Alendir. No, not
Alendir.
Glenn. Glenn is upset that the docks are this busy with the loss of a
Right.
ship, and very
Just
upset.
let Alendir know. I'll give him my address, whatever that is. I'll make it
Mhm.
up.
Yeah.
And just let him know if he's looking to have these bodies sent to rest properly. He knows where to find me.
Of course. He kind of just nods his head and walks back off to the contingent of guards in the local area.
I'll kind of look at Zaur and smirk and turn invisible and go home.
I'll wave. I'll be like, man. So let's head back to the inn, right? Get some rest. Is Zaur asleep?
No. I was typing
Sometimes I
something to
can still
somebody.
hear his voice.
Alright.
It's almost like he's right here with us, guys.
I can still hear his voice.
Ugh.
Zaur is comically still trying to drown himself, but he can't seem to bring himself to just stay in the water.
Alright. Let's get you to a bar and get you drunk. Come on. I'm gonna try and help Zaur up.
That's a better way to drown yourself.
Exactly.
That's a better way to.
Hey, Kron, are you coming with us?
I got a thing to do tonight. I'll catch up another time.
Alright. I'm gonna take Zaur and try and get him drunk.
Joke's on you. He's not going to take long to. He's going to chug. He's going to Edward 40 hands it? Double fist it?
Oh, jeez.
He's gonna double fist that beer.
All right, I will put a full platinum into getting him drunk.
Oh, wait, don't take too long. Oh, they are serving you some of the best top shelf stuff that they actually had to keep locked away at one point.
Nice.
He's not even savoring it. He's just chugging away.
As you do
That's the
that, like
boy.
the bartender, the female one, just kind of looks at you and just like, no, that's just a good. Oh no.
Don't worry
Adam
about it.
boy.
It was his ship that caught fire.
Oh.
Yeah.
And she kind of whispers to the other bartender to get like the better stuff.
Doesn't
Gold
matter what
label.
it tastes like, just give him the strong shit. He's not gonna taste it anyways.
Give him a curly straw.
No, you gotta get one of them wacky straws that's just abundant or just overly curly and wacky.
Oh, that like makes
It's
a
one of
shape or
those-
a design.
He's
Yes.
got
one
like
of the curly
5
straws that makes,
tropical
like-
umbrellas in his drink.
Or glasses.
He's got
It's-
two
yeah, I was gonna
like
say the
orange
glasses.
slices sitting in
Yeah.
each one.
It's the one with the glasses in it.
Oh my god.
So, Krun,
Super
you're
straw
returning to
pose.
your meditation, correct?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to do the meditation because I'm not giving up that day rise morning.
Oh. Right. Yidri and Zauri, you're at the bar getting completely obliterated.
He is.
Viseria,
I'm
you
not.
well, you're watching him get obliterated.
Exactly.
Viseria, you stormed off, and then Parson, you went back to your home.
Yep.
All right, so we'll start with you, and then we'll go to Viseria, and then we'll round out with the start of the morning for Friday, and probably wrap it up there. Parson, when you return home, you do find that Amnesty is asleep, and curled up beside her is the Lhasa,
Also asleep.
also asleep.
Kick me out if you must.
No, I'm just gonna find some leftover jelly and put it on your nose.
Wakes up just covered
That's
in ants.
brave. I would expect her to like draw a knife or something.
Do you have the alert feet?
No, I do not.
Then suck it.
Suck it up, putting jelly on your nose.
And she's asleep. That's fine. I'll just get back to work.
Mhm.
Just if I've done the downtime, then I'm gonna do the final touches on the dress that I'm making for Amnesty to wear to the festival.
Oh,
I
it's
don't
gonna be a
know that-
dress off.
Yeah, because I don't know that Thalassa is making a dress for her for the festival.
Well, they've been working on it together.
Yeah, but I didn't know it was for the festival.
Who would have been talking about it?
Well, they didn't say that they were talking about it.
I mean, we were in your household.
Yeah. It's kind of hard not to.
Well, and then I'm still doing that, and I'm just confident that
That you're
Amnesty will
gonna
make the right
choose.
choice.
You know I'm gonna flip for it too.
I love it.
Oh no,
Yes.
I want us to roll for it.
Oh yeah.
What
I
D&D's
want
all
to make a
about.
persuasion check because I'm good at those.
I feel like she's like that kid with the dog
And if
with
that
the toy.
fails, an
It's like, come here,
intimidation
Pooch, come
check.
here. When one succeeds to the other. It's the old meme of like, dear God, I would like $1 million. 5 days later, hey Satan. All right, so Viseria, you've stormed off in your angry broodiness. Where'd you go? What'd you do? Who'd you punch?
She pretty much just wandered off into this field area where she's just gonna keep to herself.
Okay. A couple guards are there, and they're like, hey, this belongs to the Olins family. Are you the Olins? What are you doing out here, man?
She's pretty much she just doesn't really regard them at all. Just moving around, just doesn't even touch anything or bother anything. The way she walks, she doesn't even step on any of the vegetables or plants or anything. She's
Right.
like going between the rows, and they just see that she's just lost in her own world.
Okay. They're like,
She is
ma'am,
lazy and wandering.
ma'am, if you want to come back to town here, we would really appreciate if you didn't go through the field. Oh, no, there she goes again. Okay, let's go call the guys. Call the. Oh God.
And she's over here now.
Okay.
And she's pretty much just going to just sit down against a tree and just close her eyes. That's what she's gonna say.
All right. So with that, Thursday comes to an end. Fires of the ship die out, leaving a black cloud against the backlit skies. There's talk in the town that it was a merchant ship gone bad. Some say that it was a really bad deal. Others say that someone crossed the devil. No one really knows what happened to that ship, but those at the bar, the snapping line, mention that at least the Festival of Lights started off with a bang. Friday morning rolls around. Krun, all the things that we talked about last session, the
Hmm.
sunlight coming up, filling you with warmth, as though your
Yeah.
god touched down upon the earth and plain and reached out to wrap you in warmth and love and wash away the chaos from the evening, leaving you with bliss and wonder and a touch of something familiar that maybe you
Yeah, no. Same last time. Krun is absolutely touched, and he's just despite the exhaustion weighing on him from having spent all night meditating rather than actually getting a night's rest, uh, is he's kind of like pushing to the side, just reveling in the goodness that he feels like he's getting reassurance for,
mm-hmm.
and starting, yeah, like he said, I can't remember what he said last time, but it did equate to, maybe this is the first step in making sure that it was all worth something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was that reassurance, that love, that the embracing of that true nature of uh it, knowing that you are on the right path, that you are headed in the right direction, and that uh it is in fact heading to the purpose, and knowing that your purpose here and the good that you've done shows and has merit.
Honestly, that's kind of all he really needs right now.
Oh.
This is just the first step in what he feels is
Mm-hmm.
like like a Herculean step ahead,
I'm
like
pretty
a
sure
Herculean task ahead.
I'm pretty
Um,
sure it fills you with this feel like you can do anything that you set your mind to, but not in that like cheesy cliche way, but like in that way that somebody like if you had somebody sitting on your shoulder going, "You got this. You got this."
yeah, so he's definitely starting to feel like maybe that impossible task
Mhm.
of what he wants to do isn't as
Impossible.
impossible as it seemed before.
Yeah. It's like as if somebody were kind of like touching a hand to your shoulder and saying, it's not as bad as you think. You are your own worst enemy, but it's not that bad. I feel like
Yeah,
that's
he's
degrading though. It's not that bad.
it's not as it's not as hard of an uphill battle as it gets.
Yes. Like somebody saying, we'll, share the load, and it's time to somebody will help take it along or carry it along for you. You don't have to carry it all by yourself.
Oh yeah, no, Krun sits there just kind of like trying to hold on to that feeling as much as he can. He does not want to let this go at all.
Mhm.
Like a kid not wanting to let go of a blanket, or two lovers not wanting to say goodbye at the airport. He is
Mhm.
desperately holding on to this until he realizes that it's late enough in the day he can't hold on to it anymore.
Here's where I hit you with the feels. Once he feels that feeling like I can't hold on anymore, I have to let go. You realize that it's always been inside you, and it kind of lifts you up to where you feel like you can do anything today.
And as he like takes that
Mhm.
bittersweet letting go of letting go of the morning for what it is, and letting go
Mhm.
of that like brief feeling, bittersweet in that he has to let it go, but sweet in that he is getting that, it was inside you all along. You have this. He half begrudgingly, half excited to take on the day, begins his morning Tai Chi and sets off to go find out where his friends are for the morning,
All right.
which I
You
will
do.
gladly take a point of exhaustion.
The last time, excuse me, last time you saw your friends was at the snapping line. Um, and what you find out is throughout most of the travel down back into the town is that people are rushing to make the festival kind of a way to celebrate those that had perished, but also to celebrate new beginnings. Seems to be that the Festival of Light is all about new beginnings and change. And you see the town kind of come alive around you as people are getting ready for the festival.
Yeah, Krun's here for this because like I think we established like it somewhat aligns with his
Mm-hmm.
religion, considering the major temple is a god that is slightly adjacent to his.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that was a ton of the Temple of Pelor.
Yeah.
And you see a lot of his symbols around today.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, no, Krun's excited for this, and he like
I'd even say you probably have like a little like a spring in your step, like you feel rejuvenated essentially, even though you haven't slept.
yeah, like with the combination of what the festival means and like
Mm-hmm.
the morning that he just had, he is down to clown.
All right, so I'll say that it doesn't take you too long to meander, weave, and you probably see people in the street, passing out stuff at the festival, getting ready. You're just like the whole town's a bustle with the festival set up. And when you make it to the snapping line, people you just see like people passed out. You see like two people that are like draped over each other, like they fell asleep, passed out in each other's arms. Um, two dwarven men, just kind of like, I love you, man. I love
Oh,
you
dwarf and men.
more. Huh?
They got so wasted their day drunk. I said they got so
Exactly.
wasted their day drunk.
They're day drinking, exactly. So you open the door and you find your party slowly waking up, minus Viseria and Thalassa.
Hey, Crun.
Um,
And me.
Zour
And
is hung over.
I cast Greater Restoration on Zour if I could, but I don't have that. So
Zour just would stare at you and go, I don't want to hear it.
hey, I know that fucking sucked last night. Uh, but look, it's a new day. You know, the first step is forward, and I think I might have something that might help you feel a little bit better.
I have something that will make me feel better as he rubs his temple looking at Crud.
And Krun reaches into his pouch. You sure about that? You sure you don't want to see what I got for you?
it's like Santa Claus. What do you got? What do you got?
Tell you what, if I don't feel better, we do it my way, okay? And he holds out a hand. It's called Dodge the Spell.
And Krun pulls out the spell book Zexu gave him before he left.
Zour blinks.
You mean gave? Gave air quotes.
He looks at it, puts his hand on the book, and just does the whole like strip the football from the player and take off with it motion as he tucks it in his arm.
I'm gonna wave.
He's taking off with the spell book.
I'd say you win, Crun. I'd say that worked.
I will.
The bartender
Darren,
comes back with like a plate of food that she was going to give Sour. She's like, "Oh, there he goes. Well, that didn't last long. Can I get you something?"
I mean, if he's not gonna have that, I will.
Okay, well, he didn't really pay for it, but here you go anyways.
Here,
Have yourself.
I got it covered. I got it covered, and I'll put down a gold, and I'll say,
He didn't
is
really pay for it.
is this the place? Is this the place that sells the lobster wine?
It is.
I'm gonna say, and some lobster wine for my friend.
Ah, of course. I think I remember this one, but yes. And she goes back and grabs a tankard full and sets it down.
someone's in a good mood. Wow. Thank you for the grub and the sea lobster wine.
Hey, I mean, it's what it's, right? Yeah.
I'm gonna, and I will proceed. And Zara proceeds to find the spot and opens up the spellbook and tries to decipher hit or Zexu's cantations and notations as he's trying to figure out what spells are in this book.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what spells he had. He just gave me a spellbook.
I don't even know if I still have his. I think I might still have his. I do still have his. His thing. I can give those to you.
If you could just PM those to me later.
Yeah, I
I
can
think
certainly do that.
the only things you don't need to PM me are his cantrips because those are the only spells that a wizard can cast without his spellbook because they're quoted as being so simple that they don't need to practice it every day.
I don't think I do actually. I
You,
think he must
I
have
mean, as
deleted it.
far as I know, you can cast any spell that you paired without your spellbook. You just can't learn or you'll read prepare spells
Nope.
without the spellbook.
Any spell you could cast those without preparing is what I meant. But if like my spellbook ever got destroyed or taken or something,
Mm-hmm.
he knows the spells, but he doesn't. You know what I mean? He has to re-notate and practice them every day.
I thought I did, but I think the person who played them, they 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 must have deleted their character.
Oof.
Yeah,
Yeah, that sounds about right.
sounds about right for the player. So, um, he was
Heard
a what level?
this.
Like 2,
Uh,
3.
he left like shortly before we met Watero and Talia.
Yeah, so that was what, second level, third level, second
Yeah.
level.
Who was it?
A player before your time.
I think we were both going the same route
Maybe
too, which
even
is
before.
hilarious.
Kind of an
Before me.
asshole.
The book monster.
The book monster.
The
Made of
only one.
books.
Yeah, the book
Name,
monster.
does his name start with a U?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I shall say no more then. I know who exactly you're talking about, and yes, he was. He was an asshole. He was also extreme sore loser, worse than me.
Ugh. I
Yeah,
don't
mean,
know
I
how
that
bad a loser you are, but
I get bad when I play competitive games, but I don't get as bad as he does.
I don't get as
I
bad as he
I
does.
I'm not gonna lie. I hid behind some people and just was like, I can't do it. I can't
I'll
do
be
it, my
honest. In a
friend.
lot of competitive games, I
He got
like losing.
he
It's
got
fun.
kicked out of both of our
I would
guild's
be careful with what you
campaigns.
say just because I know
Let's
we're
wait
still
till stream's
streaming.
over.
Yes.
Let's discuss all that on off stream. Either way, I know he had Toll of the Dead, which I think is a cantrip, but it's not in the average book, and I don't have access to
It
where
is
Mm.
that's
Toll the
from.
Dead. Toll the Dead
Isn't
does
He has some.
ranges
Soul
60
the
feet,
Dead is a
wisdom
cleric
save,
spell?
Trying
1d8
to
damage, or
remember.
1d12 if the creature's already hurt.
He
Let me
has
go to
some
Wizard real
sweet
quick,
stuff.
because if that's the case, I
Yeah,
can
I
just
know, and I
I
wish I
don't
wish
I
I'd
don't
kept
Wizards
it.
can't cast Toll the Dead.
it's cleric because I used it in Claw Rake.
no. He
Well,
was
He
a
wasn't a
wizard
cleric
cleric.
though.
He wasn't a cleric. He was a necromancer
He was a wizard
or
type
a wizard type with the.
He was some sort
necromancer.
of archetype.
Yeah,
We were both surprisingly going necromancer
the
archetype,
same route. Yeah.
which was hilarious because we went about it two different ways.
Mhm.
Um, what
I
was it,
can't.
level 2, level 3? He was when we left.
I want to say
I
level
think
2. I'm just
So
gonna go.
he would have a max of 4 first level spells and 2 second.
So I'll give you.
I'll take one of each if that's
Yeah, I
fine
was
by
just
you.
gonna say. I was gonna say one of each would be
Oh
fine.
wait,
One.
Wizards can cast Toll the Dead. I didn't think they could.
Mhm.
I'll just take one of each and call it a day on that
All right, sounds fair to me.
But
because those aren't very strong spells all the way around, and they're not going to
No.
change too much.
All
Uh,
right. Thalassa, Parson, what do you guys do for your morning?
well, since I never went to sleep,
you should do that sometime, buddy.
I don't need to.
He doesn't need to.
the last
My,
gets up to help finish the dresses.
All right. Amnesty gets up. She goes to make breakfast for you guys.
I don't know. I've got breakfast made.
What was that?
I've got breakfast made for them.
Oh, you
Bless
got
you.
breakfast made. Thank you.
I will still eat the same like raw fish and seaweed and such that I'm used to eating, but they can They are treated to a reasonable meal.
Sorry.
Salute.
No.
Bless you.
Sorry.
Wow, pause. How to actually make food. That's interesting.
Yeah,
What's that?
it's weird when he eats the raw stuff. I always ask him if he wants me to cook it, but he said no.
You can cook whatever you want for me,
It
and
would
I'll
be
cook
bad
whatever
for
you.
me to break certain habits that I intend very strongly to keep.
Yes, yes, uptight, blah blah blah.
Well, it depends on your perspective.
He's uptight.
Have you
Well,
noticed that there's jelly on your nose?
What? And
oh
then she
yeah.
like
Oh, that's gotta be
she
sticky
looks
and
at
gross.
Amnesty. She
What?
looks at Amnesty. Is naughty.
But I didn't do it. I was asleep. I was.
She eyes Serenity for a moment. Let's get these finished so we can have a good day. Yes.
Okay. Got a lot to finish up too. Gosh, I hope I can get it done in time
In time for what? Oh, yes,
for
yes.
the festival.
The
Oh, we're still
festival.
going, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
Can't
I
decide
hope
quite.
that I can go.
You can go with me.
Can I?
Of
Oh, but if you
course.
don't want to go with her, I mean, she can come with us. But if we're going to the festival, I think you really need to dress the part.
Oh yeah. Auntie Thalassa and I are working together.
Oh, you can finish that old dress anytime. I've got
Old
one.
dress,
I
but
have
it's
one
new.
made special for you.
But we made one together to match.
Yeah.
Yes, and
Oh God, Amnesty's gonna be like, I don't know who to choose.
I've been working on my own actually to make a fine dress for you. Maybe if you can, I'll make a really upset, sad, kind of hurt feelings
Oh
face. Like
God.
you don't have to. It's fine. You
Oh,
can wear Thalasso's
what if
dress.
I,
You worked
what
hard on it, but I worked hard on mine.
what if I wear one dress in the morning and one dress at the evening, like a twofer
Well,
dress?
the dress you're making with Thalassa brightly colored?
I don't know. The last
Yes.
one was
Yes.
it really
Right.
colored?
It is. It
Well,
is.
then
Yes.
you can wear that one at night so that people will be able to see you easier. Mine is
Okay.
rather dark. You can start properly with my dress.
How about I hold on to your dress, and then when you're ready to change, I'll give it to you,
Okay.
and I'll just wear this one.
That sounds good. And then I'll change at night, and that way I can wear two dresses. Oh man, I must be the richest girl in the world. I've got two dresses.
You sure are.
Or just kind of make a sad face.
Oh, from two of my most favorite people in the world. I hope I don't disappoint Serenity. You're
No,
gonna
you,
see.
you never would. Would you like to see it?
Yes, please. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Kind of excitedly uh, trot off, forgetting myself for a second to walk slowly and nefariously. I'll kind of turn head around the corner. Are you ready? Eyes closed.
Okay, okay. Closes her eyes.
I'll just like look at Thalasso with like yeah. I pull out the dress and it's super fine. Like I
Super
do this for a
fine.
profession. It's way. I
Super
don't care what
fine.
your proficiencies are. It's better than what you can make.
Celeste just glares at him. She's like,
Listen, we made this with
I.
love, okay?
She's like, I see your game now. I
Yeah.
see.
Okay.
Mom.
So you see, it's a one-piece dress. The has short sleeves on it
Mhm.
with it's all in a very fine silk, a black silk
Mhm.
with it's embroidered all over with imagery of sea life, mostly manta rays or waves and manta rays and
Mhm.
goldfish, and there are two larger razorbill auks embroidered on the left and right of the front.
You got her looking like an Aquaman villain.
Yeah, I guess.
Hi, look
The
I'm an
form is
Aquaman villain.
the form is overall very simple. Not a lot of
Mhm.
frill or lace or anything like that. Something that will be easy to wear and won't get caught on anything and quickly rip.
Right,
But
right.
towards the bottom, there are small pieces of like yellow. I've actually gotten like little yellow minor gemstones. Not nothing like fancy topaz, but like the kind of stuff you could pick up at a um, you know,
Fantasy Dollarama.
no, like the kind of places you buy incense sticks.
Yeah.
Smoke shops or head shops?
You know, like hippie stuff, Rhiannon stuff.
Yeah, like head shops.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, that's essentially like no, that's a Rochester. That's a New York thing. You wouldn't understand. Okay. So it's
But
essentially a
there
hippie
are
shop.
there's a layer of very small ones, just sort of speckled around, sewn into the bottom rim of the dress.
Okay.
And it is. I dropped cash to buy the supplies to make it. It is uh, fine clothing, according
Okay.
to the equipment.
Alright. She very much eagerly coos and ahs at it. You held it out for her.
Hmm.
She kind of picks it up. And she feels the fabric, immediately squeeze, and then the little girl squeal like woo, and then she runs off and quickly changes and twirls around in the new dress.
Well, it kind of faces philosophy.
She's happy, but she's looking at you with like she'll
I see
time
what
to
you
time
did.
like yeah, but then
Hmm.
she does nod like good job.
Like respect, but also I see what you did.
I'll give that sort of, hmm, we kind of nod to the left with your eyes raised, like, hmm, I respond appropriately, but also, yeah, you're right. Thank you.
She's like, but I love my orange pattern one, and I'll be dressing in it today.
That's fine.
All right. So it looks as though Visaria has made her way back to the bar. Do you guys go to the bar as well, or
Um, sure. I will wait out front with Amnesty. I don't want her going in the bar.
okay? She'll offer to go to like down the road or go into areas things like that and just check out the merchant stalls or just go about any errands if you need to go inside the bar. She'll be like, oh, I can go run some errands.
No errands today. It's festival day.
Well, where do you want to go?
I want to spend the day with you.
Well,
What about
uh,
me?
well, where do you want to go?
I'll go wherever you go.
Oh, okay. Well,
Lead the way.
I can show you my favorite spot. It's over by the bridge. And then I want to do the super cute where she takes your hand Serenity in her left and then Thalassa your hand in her right and just goes skipping down the way. Like kind of pulling you guys along.
I'll skip too, but I'll make nefarious, menacing faces at anybody who walks by.
The loss is surprised, and she's like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it too.
Okay. Amnesty has had the best day ever. um, I will say that is going to wrap us up for the night. Thank you guys for coming. We played 4 straight hours of D&D. I forgot to take our break, so I apologize for all of your bladders that are probably going. Cute.
Thank you for watching, and let's do this again sometime.